Oop, that's the wrong one. Shoot. That's the one. Cool. Hey, welcome in, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good day. At least an adequate day. What the flip? Okay, I guess Discord is just shot and there's nothing to do. Okay. Fair enough. I've been hearing that a Catholic Thinker has been going live. Wow. How's that going? Yeah, apparently Discord, my Discord's having like pretty serious problems. But I've been told that everybody's Discord is having some pretty serious problems. Do the other debate? No. At some point I will, but not right now. I got to keep a good amount of like variety, a good amount of consistency. Plus, the other debate, it's like, this is like so weird. I think the other debate makes me yearn for a person telling me to look at the trees. I think the people that the other debate polls are like another kind of like not tracking. Like, I don't know, they're phenomenally dim. It's as if they're not just like dim, but they're like maybe perhaps the dimmest. I feel like every single person that I talk to on that topic is either somebody who has like a little bit of intelligence and then they just try to derail to some other topic, like the God topic, or I don't know, like some gibberish about like grounding some other gibberish. But, you know, I think that all the people that try to engage in the topic are just like genuinely like incredible. Like they're just like spectacular specimens, unfortunately. So I don't know. It demotivates me from doing that topic, but I do want to keep like a good amount of variety in it. I'm still transferring my notes from the book that I read over to my good notes. I might make like some sort of publicly available document after that. Or maybe I'll paywall it behind. Inspire you to do something on the topic? Catholic Thinker, please don't do that. Anyway, hey, if you're in that guest request box, if you want to debate the topic, make sure that you believe that God is real and that you have some reason to think that, you know, you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and you have some reason to think that God is real as well. That will go to the very next guest. I stole all your ingots. Hey, how's it going, Corey? Yeah, how old are you? Yep. And what religion? Sure. What makes you think God exists?
Well, it's been revealed in my life, of course. I'm actually here not to argue that with you. I just want to ask, like, what good would come out of proving God isn't real?
Well, I just think it's good to believe true things. I think that, you know, people evaluate their lives and they evaluate the world around them, and that in order to properly assess the right life for you, you need to have an accurate view of the world around you. I just don't think that dedicating your life to something that's not true is very useful.
Hmm. Well, there's nothing I could do or say to make you believe God exists. That's God's job. What I will say is Jesus said, if you don't believe in me, believe in my works. And I can fully testify, and it's, obvious fact that the church community here in my community has really picked up the slack, with homelessness, Salvation Army, other ministries like Samaritan's Hand. They have just gone above and beyond helping people, and they helped me when I was down and out.
Yeah.
And it just showed me true love. It's like, why would you want to go against that? Even if you think it's not real, why would you try to put that down in
Yeah.
any way?
So I agree that I think becoming Christian might be useful to people who are in like a really, really rough spot. But I think that it needs to be more of like safety wheels, or sorry, training wheels, as opposed to like something that you build your life around. You know, if somebody gets like kidnapped and they're in some horrible circumstance, and the one and only thing that gets them through the day is a belief in God, well, I think that that person in such a horrible circumstance is welcome to believe in God. In fact, I think that their life would probably be pretty devoid of meaning without that. But for the rest of us, you know, after you pull yourself out of that situation, I think that you need to reassess those beliefs. You know, whatever coping mechanisms were used to get through rough times are coping mechanisms, and they need to be recognized as such. I think it's like really cool when churches do good things, but a lot of groups do good things. You know, there are Muslims and Muslim communities that do good things too, and there are atheist communities that do good things. I guess I'm just not really sure why I would think that, you know, there's a connection there. And even if there was, I guess I don't really think that that has anything to do with whether or not God exists.
Well, I mean, that's the scripture I brought up earlier. Jesus said, "If you don't believe in me, you believe in my works," and I
Mhm,
truly believe that is the works of Christ.
mhm. So you said that the only way for you to become convinced that God exists is if God reveals himself to you. But
Yes.
do you think God wants everybody to believe in him?
Um, that is a very tough question. I would have to say no.
Hmm. Well, that certainly seems strange then.
It's not always a fit for some people. I truly believe. I mean, the church is pretty torn about this topic. Predestination, or whether you do it on your own. I truly believe it's predestined, and
Do you think
he
some people
hardens
go
and
to hell?
softens. Yes.
That seems like a horrible cruelty. Predestining some people to go to hell is quite absurd to me.
Well, it's just this very sad fact that in the beginning of creation, God gave us a pretty fair warning, clear-cut warning. If you eat from this tree, you and humanity for the rest of eternity will be cursed. But he gave us also a promise that there will be a savior that will redeem us. It won't fully restore where creation was, but it's just a sad fact that since we disobeyed, that there is impurity in the human race.
Why wouldn't God
And
just predestine everyone for heaven?
because then we'd be like robots.
Why?
I don't know the answer to that question, but that's the reason why there is evil, is because we disobeyed, and it was a very, clear cut. If you do this, this is going to happen.
I'm not really asking why there's evil. I'm asking, why would it be the case that God is making people, predestining them to get tortured forever? That sounds like a horrible cruelty. If I knew for certain that if I had this kid would suffer infinitely, I simply wouldn't have that kid. And I mean, if I was the one who decided for them to suffer infinitely, then I would be evil.
Huh. Well, think of it like this. If you get invited to a party and you choose not to accept the invite, which I believe it is kind of predestined and foreknew before time who would accept the invite, and God's hand is in that. But if you don't accept the invite to a party, how are you going to make it to the party? Like, everyone's invited, but it's just not
Apparently,
cut
I'm
out
not on the
for them.
list. Apparently, God has just predestined me to not go to the party. So if the circumstance is like you need to get into this party, but I think the analogy here would be, let's say that there's like a door list, you know, these people are getting in, these people aren't getting in, you know, at a
I,
time
th- I
like
think he kind
that,
of I think he kind of
that just
knew who
sounds like a
would,
horrible
like, he's not
cruelty if the
gonna.
alternative to the party is torture forever.
Well, how do you know you're not on the list?
I don't know. I mean, certainly some people aren't on the list. Maybe I am on the list and maybe I'll end up there, but there's going to be somebody where it's true that they're not on the list and the alternative to the party is torture forever.
Well, yeah, I clearly can't decide who's on the list.
Yeah.
So I mean, you'd
But it
have
would
to
be
take
like a
that up with
horrible
them.
cruelty if anybody wasn't on the list.
Oh, absolutely, and it's just a sad fact that we were all on the list until we disobeyed,
Who made
and
the choice
God
to take us
promised
off
that
of it?
curse. Yeah, because he made a very clear warning, like, if you do
But no,
this,
no, who
this is going to
decided
happen.
that we would get off of the list?
It was definitely not me.
It wasn't me either, but I'm trying to assess, like, was it God? Did God decide? that we were coming off the list?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you because I don't know God's ways, and His ways are above mine.
It seems like it would have to be
But
God. It seems like only God would have the authority to decide something like the fate of our eternal souls. But then at that point, it just seems like God's doing an incredible cruelty, punishing generations of people for crimes committed by their great, 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 great grandparents.
Oh yeah, and that was fair warned though. If this happens, this is what's going to happen.
Fair warned to who? Not me.
To Adam and Eve.
But not me.
The human, which is the human race. Adam literally means like human race.
I'm not Adam.
We kind of are.
I didn't make
Adam.
that choice.
I think you would have, but if you're in his shoes, though.
I don't think if I had the choice, like some people get tortured forever or not. I suspect most people would just choose the not.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, do you have anything else that you wanted to talk about?
If you did know, like if you create, if you knew for a fact, like what if it got revealed to you today that you created all life, would you submit to that?
Yeah, of
Or would you
course. Yeah.
still- Well, that's good. That's just,
Yeah.
that's. Well, I just want to throw that out
If
there.
if I showed you like a contradiction in the Bible, would that make you no longer be a Christian?
Well, which one are you speaking of?
I'm just asking, like, if there was a contradiction in the Bible, would that make you change your mind about Christianity?
I mean, I guess it depends how it's interpreted.
Well, but if there was like a genuine contradiction, would that maybe make you reevaluate whether or not Christianity is true?
Which part of the Bible?
Can we just get an answer to the question first, and then I can pull up some verses?
I don't know. It depends which one.
If there was just a genuine contradiction in the Bible, would that be a problem? Would you maybe reevaluate your belief?
Absolutely not.
Oh, well, I guess that's just kind of the difference between us. If I knew that God was real, then I would become Christian. But if you knew that God wasn't real, that wouldn't dissuade you in your faith that believing that God is real. Like if somebody demonstrated to me God's existence, I would try to believe in God's existence, but it seems like the opposite isn't true.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm curious what the verses are.
I guess we could do a fun one. So Psalm 121:4 says wait, let me make sure. Actually, let me just make sure before I blunder out here. 21:4 Hebrew. I just want to make sure that the Hebrew words are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got that, and then verse. Okay, sure. Genesis 2:2-3, Hebrew. These are the sorts of checks, because they have like one contradiction that I go to, but wouldn't it be so cool? Yeah, I guess these are different words such that you'd be able to weasel your way out of it if you were so inclined. I guess we could do the classic one. Do you think God can change his mind?
I don't know. I can't really speak for God. Do you like change his mind? Yes.
Yeah.
But change who he is? No.
Sure. So God can change his mind. Well, that would seem to be in contradiction of Numbers 23:19, where it says, God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. So it seems to say pretty explicitly, God can't change his mind. But then that becomes a big problem, because in Exodus 32:14, it says, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. So it seems like God, according to the Bible, both can change his mind and can't change his mind.
Yeah, but it says like a human though, so it's not really.
Does he lie,
I mean?
but just not like a human?
Obviously not. He's not human.
Sure, but does he lie in like some sort of divine way? Because the first part is God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. So you're saying, well, he doesn't change his mind in the way mortals change their mind, but he
Yeah,
still
that's a big
changes his
difference.
mind. But then would you say the same thing for the first part of that God does lie, but not in the way human beings lie?
Well, what's the difference between a mortal and something that's supernatural?
I don't know. I guess like mortals are natural and supernatural things are supernatural. But I mean, that doesn't really answer the question. I guess so. Here's what I'm trying to get clear on. So, your reading of this verse, you're interpreting the second portion that God is not immortal, that he should change his mind, as to be saying that God is not going to change his mind in the way that mortals change their mind. But I'm wondering if you would be consistent and say the same thing about the first portion, that God will lie, but not in the way that mortals lie. Because to me, like the natural reading of this is that, it's saying because God is not a human being, he will not lie. Because God is not immortal, he will not change his mind.
I just wouldn't take one part of the Bible and look at, oh, it seems like he changed his mind because he changed what he was going to do in Exodus, and be like, oh, he doesn't exist now. Why would I do that when I know it's not true?
Because there's like another, I mean, does this at least maybe update your belief to make it less likely? Because there's
No,
a
I've
ton of
I've
verses
I've
that are
picked
just
I've
like
actually
this.
have I've read the Bible 3 times, and I've actually thought of this before. Like, well, it seems like he changed his mind, and I really don't have an answer for you. I just know what's been revealed to me. I it wouldn't make me change my mind about God. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
So you do think that God changed his mind?
Yes, but he himself does not change. No.
Okay. Do you think God is outside of time?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if he's outside of time, then he can't change in any way. He can't change his mind. He can't change, like, obviously, you can't change your essence because if you change your essence, then you go out of existence. But, you know, he can't change his mind because to change his mind, that would require some past state where his mind is one way and then some future state where his mind is a different way. But that would place him in time. So clearly, it can't be that. God can't change his mind if he's outside of time.
Hmm.
Do you think God knows what time it is?
Sure.
But the time that it is changes, that would seem to indicate another reason to think that God changes. God's knowledge of what time it is constantly shifting.
Well, yeah, that wasn't that. I don't know. When I came up here, this wasn't the plan. Because I already told you in the beginning, like there's nothing I could do or say to make you change your mind. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you could
That's
present me a
not.
logical argument.
And I did, and I wasn't even trying to say, you know, believe in God. Like I said, there's nothing I could say to make you believe. I just saying what you're doing, trying to prove God isn't real, is it's not a good thing. Because
Okay.
I gave examples why the church is a good thing.
Well, okay, I can give you examples of why the church is a bad thing. If you look to the percentage of people that disbelieve in climate change among atheists, it's like 90 something percent of atheists believe in human caused climate change, whereas less than 50% of Christians believe in it. And I mean, why would you? You think the world is ending. What sort of incentive do you have to care about the world or continue its existence? It perfectly explains like the death cult aspects of Christianity perfectly explain why Christians disregard this existential threat that currently exists. People in the comment section are doing it right now. This like Trevor person in the comment section is literally saying the climate always changes. He's dismissing it in real time. This is the harmful effect that something like Christianity has on a society. We are not going to be able to get together and actually face this existential threat to the continued existence of humanity, the continued use of the environment. It's just like a disaster that's slowly creeping in, and we're already feeling the effects of it.
Well, I rebuke that because that's not true. I don't think being Christian means you're bad for the environment. That's absolutely false. What do Christians do that are bad for the environment?
Yeah, like they
Sure, they
don't
recycle and clean up after themselves like everybody else.
the majority of them don't believe in climate change.
Okay, that doesn't mean that they're not doing anything bad for the climate. What if you believe
That
in climate
impacts
change?
climate
How is that?
policy.
How is that good for the climate? That doesn't do anything for the
Because
climate.
then you're going to vote for people that also believe that climate change is real. And then, we're going to show up to the ballot box. Obviously the most important thing you can do as a politically involved individual, vote. And then, you're going to vote for people that want to actually pass climate reform, that want to actually do something to stop climate change. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's like half of the United States that just, they don't think climate change is real, and they don't give a fuck about all the data that says that it is, and they vote for politicians who don't think climate change is real and will never pass legislation to actually stop it.
I personally think both sides aren't doing anything good for the climate.
Mm.
They're just saying that to try to get your vote.
But right, that's just false. I mean, for example, there was provisions when Biden was president. There were actually provisions related to there was it's one of the bills that he passed. I'm sure somebody in the comments will know, but there were provisions specifically for electronic public transportation, like electric buses, things that would be way better for the environment than the status quo. And it's not enough. It's not nearly enough, but it's something. It's an attempt to actually do something about the issue. Whereas, you know, the the current admin is totally opposed to the possibility that climate change exists.
Well, yeah, of course. Like, I personally think switching to electric would do something, but I don't think it would just cure it all of a sudden. There's so many
I
other
agree.
effects that, factors that play into that. It's not going to change the climate if you do
Yeah,
that.
I'm totally right there
But
with
I
you,
think I don't think it's a bad idea maybe to switch to electric. That's a cool, thing that Joe Biden had going.
Yeah. But I
But
don't know. I mean,
I'm not
it's
really for any side per se. I guess I would say Trump because I am a Christian and all that. But it's
mhm. But I mean, that's just kinda that's the sort of critique that I'm making is that, you know, when you're Christian, it leads you to holding specific beliefs that are, that are just like science denying, and that's bad. That leads to bad outcomes. We're weighing like the goods that Christianity does versus the harms that it does. Oh, also, uh, voting for Trump because you're Christian is I don't wanna be mean, you've been, like, nice enough, but that's, like, ridiculous. This guy is, like, obviously full of shit with respect to his Christianity. They asked him, "What's your favorite book of the Bible? What's your favorite verse in the Bible?" And he literally can't name a single one. He can't even spit out, like, John 3:16. He just says, "Oh, they're all good." He's clearly never read it.
I personally think any leader who funds churches and communities is the way to go. I know the Democrat Party wanted to cut off all funding to churches when they literally are the backbone communities.
I don't think Democrats wanna cut off funding to churches. I would need a source for that claim. That sounds made up.
I mean, that's what I've seen. It might not be true. I've seen it though, like
Want to cut
in an article
off
that might not be
funding
true.
for churches. Yeah, I Googled this and it says no.
I could be wrong then.
Yeah. But is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, I'll let you go. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks so much for coming on up. Let's make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Vintage Gaming, thanks so much for the super chat. How does it feel to lose? Ha 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 ha. Dash the Joker. I love Deathless Light. Deathless Light is the fucking goat, dude. I don't know. He's so funny. I sit down watching like Deathless Light YouTube videos, and I'm taking like meticulous notes, I'm replaying specific sections. I'm like, yeah, one day in a debate, I'll tell someone that I just headbutted their teeth down their throat. God, I love that dude. Cameron Vino Rosso, thanks so much for the super chat. Good debate yesterday. Switching up. Thanks for all you do. Yep, glad to do it. Adam Brunker, thanks so much for the super chat. You and Dillahunty were great. Can we also get a collab with Forrest Valakai? Also, any 1v1 debate opponents? Any 1v1 debate opponents you want? There's a couple of scumbags who have been running from me. Q-Top is a scumbag who has been running from me. I think there are others. The Elliot argument guy won't debate me. When Islamic Apex turns 18, I'd also like to debate him. I don't know. Oh yeah, Slim is running from me. She just openly says that she won't debate me. Cameron, thanks so much for the super chat. Can you please say thank you for the super chat 3 times in a row with a little velocity? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for you. Fuck. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, wait. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, here I go. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Had to do my exercises. Darth Dawkins. Darth Dawkins will never fucking debate me. That's another one. Poker Shark ACR. Thank you so much. If we were predestined for heaven, we would be robots. Wait, wasn't that his plan in the Garden of Eden, pre-eating the apple? Bro, when your robots gain fucking sentience, god damn it, now you gotta torture them. Sale, thanks so much for the super chat. 2 Corinthians sitting in a tree. That's fun. Delayed by seconds? What's up? That's the plot of Bionicle. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. I did lots of tongue twisters. And when I was doing like competitive debate, it's fun. Okay, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. Yeah, all those are easy. I like beat those ones to fucking death, dude. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, fuck. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, a peck of pickled peppers, Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? That one's like super easy for me. Okay. All right. Irish wristwatch. These are all easy. Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Sally slop slime so sublime. Wait. Sally slop slime Sally slops slime so sublime when suddenly. Sally slops slime so sublime when suddenly. Okay. Sorry. Fuck. Sorry. Okay, we're moving on. You guys are gonna stun lock me. Hey, how's it going, Clash?
It was good.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Yep. And what religion?
I would say like agnostic, but I just had a question.
Okay, sure. We'll go quick and then we'll move on to the next one.
Who's more intelligent, you or Alex O'Connor?
I don't know. I don't think about my intelligence. I don't know. Alex O'Connor is certainly very articulate. He also engages with literature very honestly. But I don't really know how to compare intelligence. Alex O'Connor is like certainly brilliant.
Okay, that's fine. I just was curious. I mean,
yeah.
It's
Oop, fuck. I probably cut him too soon. But okay, on to the next one. Hey, how's it going?
Howdy.
Yep. How old are you?
27.
Yep. And what religion?
Christian.
Yep. What makes you think God exists?
Yes, I believe it's the only thing that we know about. God in the Bible claims to be the God who is, being itself.
Mm.
And if you take that as the foundation, all we've ever been talking about is the same thing, just using different words.
I guess I don't think so, because it ascribes specific properties to God that I don't think being itself actually has. So, for example, it will describe God as having a mind. I don't think being itself has a mind. I think there are beings with minds. I don't think that all of being has a mind.
Why? What leads you to that conclusion?
I have no reason to think that. It's unparsimonious. Also, we have lots of evidence that minds emerge from brains.
Right, right. Well, there's also lots of evidence now for a conception of consciousness as the basis for reality, right?
Why? What's the evidence?
I would look at the work of like Donald Hoffman, but it is conceptual work with the mathematics, that we have from the science that we have. It's theoretical.
Do you want
but
to
it
make
is-
the argument?
I don't like. I honestly, I don't know if we could have that. Like, I don't know if either of us have the capable tools to have that kind of technical like conversation.
No, I'm like pretty well read on Phil of Mind, so I could totally have that conversation if you want.
I was meaning more from a technical place, but Phil
Yeah.
and mine for sure. Like in general, I do see that if we have some sort of unity point, where everything that possibly could be exists, and this structured plane of existence, right, is just one permutation of that. While it's not a mind the way that we think about it, structure is essentially what characterizes our mind.
Absolutely not. Qualitative experience is what characterizes a mind. Lots of things can
Yeah.
have structure. A building can have structure. I don't
Yes.
think that buildings have minds.
But they do interact in the same. They have decision points the same way that we do, just from their structure. But it's not like an active calculation the way that we do things.
Do you
Is
think
that
that
what you
like a
mean?
building is a mind?
In terms of this concept of everything being foundationally conscious, yes.
Okay, I mean, if you're gonna say that a building is a mind, I think that's gibberish.
Did you understand what I meant when I said that with its structure?
You're just saying
it's
that it
making
has
decisions about
structure,
it?
but
Yes.
the fact that buildings don't have minds, gosh, what's the one like 9/11 video with like the buildings that are like singing?
Well, see, now you're trying to anthropomorphize the building. I'm asking you to really take a look at what structure does in terms of its interactions in the world and how that relates to our mind.
Animated, one sec. It's important. Fuck, I'm never gonna be able to find it, dude. This sucks. God damn it! It was all over TikTok. Okay, yeah. Alas. Sure. Sorry. What was your question?
Yes, I'm asking you to consider how structure really
Oh,
does.
that's what. Oh, fuck. Yes, that's exactly what it was. I don't even think it was about 9/11. That just like seeped into my mind somehow. Don't be racist. I'm a building. Yeah. One sec. Let's.
I mean, if you want to make it silliness, that's fine, but I am really telling you something.
Don't be racist. I am a building, and I've got news for you. Hey, there's Steven. Blacks and whites are even. How would you feel if the joke was on you? Blacks, whites, Indians, and Spanish. They all came from the sea.
Yeah. I guess I just don't think that that's like a very plausible account of reality. If I could straw man you for a second.
I mean, yeah, like would you steel man me? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, I guess what it sounds like you're saying, what it means to be conscious is that you have structure, but then I'm pointing out to you something that is structure, but is like obviously not conscious.
Yeah, see, like what is it that I'm not understanding the symmetry breaker for you. Like, what is it that creates? I'm saying that consciousness and structure have this integral link. What is
I'm
it that?
sure consciousness has structure to it. I reject that everything with structure has consciousness. The thing that makes something conscious is qualitative experience. Either it has a qualitative experience, it has like a qualia, like a what it's like to be that thing, or it doesn't. I don't think
Yeah.
buildings have like I don't think that there's like a what it's like to be a building.
What do you mean? We know this, like the we know that it has interactions with the world. We know what that history looks like.
I'm not
We can look at
denying
it.
that. I'm saying that I don't think that there's like a qualitative experience of being a building.
Is that not qualitative to know how the material, interacts with the world and what it's gone through?
That would be me having a qualitative experience, not the building having a qualitative experience.
I mean, does it keep its form when we mess with it? Like if we break it, does it stay broken?
Often.
Right? So is that not an experience
No.
that it's having?
The building doesn't experience getting demolished
Why not?
because it doesn't have the proper like neural structures for it.
So for you, like having neural pathways is what creates consciousness.
Yeah, there's kind of a lot of reasons to think that that's true. For example, when you get brain damage, there's fundamental pieces of experience that you just start to miss. For every single portion of your experience, there's some part of your brain that you can remove, and then you also get rid of that experience. The experience of red, of love, of all of that. You can get rid of any of that you want just by scooping out like a portion of your brain.
Yeah.
It seems like consciousness is necessarily tied to the brain. The brain is necessary for consciousness.
I mean, I think that if we can't, I guess this is just our impasse then. That would be like a foundational point, I think, in understanding God. But I suppose if we're at a loss, that's all right.
Well, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, that was great, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much for coming on up. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some reason to think that God exists. Wow. Ian has 66,000 or 66.6 thousand subscribers. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think so either. Somebody should look into this. I do hate monetization. Sonos Percussion. Holy shit. 50 gifted memberships? That's like sicko mode. Let's get a big, big W for Sonos Percussion. Literally immaculate. Call it the conception. I don't know. Sonos Percussion, I really appreciate all the support that you've given. This is like seriously, seriously cool and seriously, seriously helpful. I really appreciate you. Let's get a big, big W for Sonos Percussion. Catholic Thinker, thanks so much for the 1-month membership as a cool Corey. I'll be up Sunday with my argument for God. Hey, yo, that's going to be fun on Unapologetic. You're going to have to come early. Otherwise, I'll have to leave and go to the line with Matt Dillahunty. And I don't think he's going to take too kindly to your argument for God. All right. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran as we go to the very next guest. We'll see. Yesterday I was joining a live. Apparently TikTok added this new feature. So if you hit the guest request button and then you like scroll on by, you fucking leave and then you go elsewhere. Apparently, like you'll just get fucking notified. You'll get a notification when you're on some other live and it'll be like your like fucking restaurant buzzer goes off and you get like summoned to a separate live. Let's see. Hey, how's it going?
Good. I am a Christian, straight out the gate, I guess, and I want to say first that I always enjoy you being respectful. I mean, it's hard to find someone who is willing to chat about things that is respectful. And I mean, sure, you take jabs, but I mean, everybody does, and that's kind of the fun of it. So I want to say that I do enjoy that.
Sure. Well, yeah. I guess what makes you think that God exists?
Well, I can't argue like for the large why does God exist, but I
Sure.
want to kind of do a quick callback, if you don't mind,
S-
in the
Sure.
environmental, when you guys were talking about the environmental issue, and
Yep.
50% of Christians are
Mhm.
against climate change or don't believe in climate change. I'm actually a science teacher. I teach creation science, and I I preach climate change all the time.
Oh, that's good.
And that is because I think, like, biblically, historically, the first things people did when we got on this planet was we started messing stuff up. And and I think that a lot of Christians will hide behind the, God made a perfect world and it's supposed to be temporary and all those kind of things. And I think we have a large disconnect because a lot of Christians aren't willing to follow the science. I mean, I don't even like to use the term follow the science, but a lot of Christians aren't willing to see the science and see that our climate has changed, and it is because of people. Our climate is still changing because of people. It's changing faster because of people all the time. And I think that, unfortunately, you are correct about the at least 50%, and I would say more than 50%, because I get into battles with people that are Christians that will just plain ignore the science. And I do believe that the earth was created. I do believe it was created in a perfect way, but we got people. And in relating to the consciousness earlier, our consciousness, we started screwing up right out the gate. We are selfish. I am selfish. And so our priorities were always, hey, what can I do and what can I get? And as long as people are riding that boat, then we're going to continue messing up our planet. And I think I agree with you, as I said, because it is unfortunate. That may not be something, why is God real? But I think that in your argument, you bring up great points. You bring up great points all the time. And I'm not just being, flattering or whatever. I appreciate your points. I have turned off your streams and been like, man, I got to think about that one. And
Wow.
that
Well,
is
sorry
that
to
is what
cut
I
you
appreciate.
off. There's a
Yeah,
couple of
sorry.
things to say about that. Well, so I mean, I don't agree with the like the world was created perfect stuff.
Sure.
But okay. So you said like a lot of stuff that I do agree with and that I do appreciate even. Like I think it's great to hear from Christians, especially Christians that are teaching other Christians that something like climate change is real. I think that that's like the direction that the religion certainly needs to be moving in, to not do like a grave deal of harm. But I guess I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the diversity of thought that exists among like creation science people, but I don't know. Maybe like a question. How old do you think the Earth is?
I do believe there's evidence for a young Earth, and I don't have a year. I don't have a a number of years. My main argument for that is that it was created in an adult or a complete. It was finished when it was created, so it was complete at that time. And being complete, everything is going to already be mature. And if it is mature, then, the years and that passage of time didn't need to happen.
So here's kind of the problem that I take with that is that God made the Earth look identical to an Earth that's 4.5 billion years old. If God wants us to arrive at I don't know, do you think God wants us to arrive at the conclusion that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, or do you think he wants us to arrive at the conclusion that it's like some 1,000 years old?
As a science teacher, I really like, and I'm not dodging your question, but as a
Or wait, would you mind silencing your notifications?
science teacher, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now because they're hitting me up real hard.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me see. I'm doing that right now. There we go. Yeah. But I teach that it really, on the broad spectrum of things, is not going to change whether there is a God, if the earth is 6 million or 8 million years old, or 6,000 years old. Because if there was a design, which I believe there was a design, and that's what I push more than like my personal stance on a young Earth, I push that there was a design. And because of the design, I'm not going to, if I have a person, Christian or otherwise, say that the Earth is, 14 million to 1 billion years old, I'm not going to argue with that, because I think that, there are things that I can't explain as a science teacher, that I've researched, that I've run into dead ends, that I say, hey, I don't know. So I'm not trying to dodge that question or dodge it, but because I'm saying that it really is just from my personal research that I do believe it is a younger Earth. But if someone says that it is much older, I'm not going to leave their camp.
Well, okay.
Okay, good. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, like, I don't think that answered the question, but I'm a bit more concerned that I think that I feel like the question might not have even been heard. But okay, my question was specifically about, what does God want us to believe? I understand that you can be a Christian and believe that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and you can be a Christian and believe that the Earth is like 6,000 years old. I understand that both of these are compatible with being Christian. The thing that I'm, I guess, more interested in is, in your view, what does God want us to believe? Does God want us to believe that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, or does he want us to believe that it's like 6,000 years old, assuming that your belief is correct and the Earth is 6,000 years old?
Oh, I did mishear or misunderstand the question.
That's okay.
I like the way that you're phrasing that in, what does God want us to believe? And I think if he had something that he had wanted us to believe, it would have been more clear. And I don't think that that's a sticking point and I can't speak for God by any means, but I don't know that I don't know that it matters. And like I said, this is something that I've struggled with, something that I've looked into. And so what would God want me to believe? And I can't find a solid one way or the other. And so I'm content with not knowing. And I think that's the problem with a lot of Christians, is they have to, or anyone who is not a Christian, as humans, we want to know, no, I have an answer for that one. And I'm okay without that answer. So in not trying to dodge the question, I believe it would be more clear if God had something specific he did want us to believe.
Sure. I mean, you presumably think that this was all created intentionally. God must have settled on the date 4.5 billion years for a specific reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have his perfect rationality. At that point, he would be doing things for no reason. So in the way that I see it, either God wants you to believe that it's 4.5 billion years old, in which case God is just openly deceiving us. He's leading us astray with the state of the world by planting all of these these zircon crystals that we're going to uranium lead date to be 4.5 billion years old, and then we're also going to find ones that are like 3.8 billion years old, and then all the way up to like in the millions of years, that we're just going to find like a vast array of uranium lead or of zircon crystals that we will uranium lead date to within 4.5 billion years. And I mean, if that's the case, then I mean, God just set us up to God just set us up for failure, and to not view like the truth of reality. The alternative is that he wants us to believe that the Earth is like 6,000 years old, in which case his choice to put all those zircon crystals around is also really weird. I guess it just seems like, kind of, no matter how you slice it, even if, and it's totally fine that you don't know, you can't speak for God, you don't know the mind of God, but it seems like all of the possible options for what God might desire, that they all kind of lead to absurdities. Also, if you're off the app, I can't hear you. You got to be on the app.
I think I do appreciate that stance. I think it goes back to things being created at an adult phase. If a tree were created complete, if a tree were created completely grown at that point, if Adam was created as a man rather than as an infant, they were created at a complete stage. And that complete stage is going to take the place of however many years it would take to reach that stage. So if something is created at maturity, it's going to already have all of the properties. I taught nuclear science for quite a while, and so I appreciate those references. If something is completed, it is already at that stage, and so I believe it was created mature, and because of that maturity, you are going to find all of the properties down to a molecular level that you would find in something that dated much older. It was already created complete.
Sure. So, under my hypothesis that we came here based on, we just evolved into this from laws of physics, the Earth formed via laws of gravity, and then there was abiogenesis, evolution took place, billions of years of evolution, and then eventually humans. There's just about one way to create humans. There aren't a lot of different pathways that we could go and arrive at the place that we're at now with humans. Whereas the flip side of this, God could create in any number of ways. God could create in ways that don't require making the earth look the one way that it would if God didn't exist. It seems like God could have easily created the world to appear 6,000 years old, and then that would be confirmation of the scripture. But instead, God has made the earth to appear as if he doesn't exist.
I think that same argument has two sides, in that we were created, as it says, in his image, and there are a lot of different interpretations of that. But if he had a design, and this was the purpose, as you say, there is an infinite amount of other ways he could have designed things. As in, there are a lot of multiples, or there are a lot of probabilities that could have happened and that could have hit just a little bit differently in order for humans to be completely different than we are now. And so if he had a design, this is the design he chose. And, so as you say, and I am validating your side of the argument, there could be those probabilities or those possibilities. But if you had something you choose, when I get up, I choose I'm going to eat oatmeal and some yogurt or whatever it is. That is the choice I made. I have infinite, I don't have infinite because I'm broke, but I have a lot of other possibilities of things that I could have eaten, but I made that choice. And so that was the choice that I ran with. And I'm still picking chia seeds out my teeth.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. But it's a question specifically about probabilities, that if we see the world around us and it's the one way that it could have been, if humans are entirely a result of laws of physics, or, it's like basically one of the only ways that the world could have been. Like, we couldn't have, under my view, there's no possible way to have like an earth that's 6,000 years old and then also have humans. So evolution would get like thoroughly debunked if there was evidence to suggest that the earth was 6,000 years old. So basically the claim that I'm making is a probabilistic one. There is one way, or maybe like a handful of ways, that evolution or laws of nature could produce organisms like humans. There are infinity ways that God could have done it. So the fact that we see it in the ways that are just this small handful is really strong evidence against God doing it.
Yes, and this is probably where we'll separate there, because I believe that exactly is the evidence that it was by design.
That God did it the one way where it could be done if it wasn't designed?
He did it by design. And he did it by design because we are, he created us to love him and vice versa. And the design that he had, there is only a little bit of way. There's very little leeway one way to the other of how that could have happened. He created us in a perfect way. That design is, as you say, it's the same. The probabilities of landing in that perfect being, which we are imperfect, but that design that we are in has very little variance, even, you know, among humans and those kind of things. Evolutionary design or evolutionary thought, there is, as you say, physics will line up with, if this wants to do this, then it's going to do this. If this wants to do this, it's going to do this. And that is true. But if it was designed, I think that same argument can be applied to both.
So I think that when you look at our like neural mechanisms, it's just very clear that if God did design us, he did not design us to find him or love him. He gave us tons of cognitive biases which actively prevent us from finding God. There's cognitive biases like the recency bias, the latency bias, but probably the most relevant one in this circumstance is confirmation bias, that if people make up their minds about something, they won't change their minds again, even in the face of like overwhelming evidence. That if you're born into like a Muslim household, it's extremely likely, down to the level of the neuroscience of your brain, that your brain is just not going to evaluate additional evidence. So it seems like if God wants us to all love him, he wouldn't have given us biases like confirmation bias, because it makes it harder for us to find him in the face of evidence that he exists.
And I think that kind of ties back to kind of two of your previous arguments. One, we're not buildings. You know, the rationale of, you know, I was 100% on board with the structure versus consciousness, you know, debate there. And because we have that consciousness, he did create us with a free will, and he did create us with the possibility of doing something completely different than his design. And that was how we ended up making that choice to make the problems that we did. We were greedy, and we have those choices, and that is free will. That's why we're not robots. That's why we're not you know, the Bionicles, which I liked the Bionicle references because I'm a Lego nerd. But but that the almost, I mean, the more we discover about the mind, the almost infinite possibilities that we can have, these thoughts that are abstract and out there, I think that shows that he designed us in a way that we have to make the choice to love him. And so it is a choice, because we are not robots. And unfortunately, the confirmation bias, I think, is something that is so strong. And that kind of ties back with the Christians that I'm bumping heads with all the time on, you know, in a lot of these debates, is because I love to be wrong. Because I think if you believe in science, and I don't mean in a religious way, but if you believe in the mythology of science, then you are going to want to be wrong, because then you can be proved right. And you can be proved that, hey, why was I wrong? Let me figure it out. That's science. And I think that was something designed into us. And it is a way of, like, say, that confirmation bias. I have them. Of course I do. You know, I'm a stickler about certain things. I still eat like a 4-year-old, and I don't like vegetables. And ain't nothing going to make me like vegetables. But that same choice, even though that's an unwise choice for my body, I'm able to make that choice. And it's the same way by design. If you make that choice to believe in God, or that choice to love God, then that is a pathway that you've got to take. And that's why we have a lot of them, is we have that choice.
So I think it's kind of the opposite. I actually think that the existence of things like confirmation bias aren't a result of free will. I think that things like confirmation bias actively undermine free will. It's not as if people are like receiving the evidence and their brain is giving like serious deliberation and thought to the evidence, and then they're just like freely choosing to ignore the evidence. No, the evidence doesn't even make it to your conscious brain. There's no conscious deliberation there, because it never even registers to you. You never even consider it. The brain kind of works, oops, sorry, booped my microphone. The brain kind of works in two ways. It has more of like a I don't know, like scattered, there's like a scattered way that your brain will be in, where you are not putting in like a lot of active effort. It's a lot of like subconscious processes. You're kind of like going on automatic. And then there's like a
Yes,
very
the
like
neurons
active,
are
attentive
reactive.
way
Yeah.
of using your brain. And I mean, this happens all the time when you're like driving or whatever. You'll be like dozing off, but then you'll be driving perfectly fine because your brain is perfectly capable of handling it. It doesn't even like additional evidence will not even register at the level of the attention. And this is just like true neurologically speaking. Like the kind of the way it works is that you'll have like competing hypotheses. There'll be like different neural regions that are lighting up as you're scanning evidence, trying to figure out what the truth is. And then there'll be an aha moment, and then your brain will simply stop giving attention to new evidence. I think that that actively undermines free will. I think that that prevents people from even having the ability to make that free choice in the first place.
I would argue slightly against that. A lot of that I do agree with. The difference is I know that you can overcome that that bias, no matter what the bias is, because that is something that I personally have to deal with. I work on that. I work toward, okay, I have been taught, history-wise, I actually grew up I was fundamentalist Christian, like, man, that, you can't wear skirts. You got to wear skirts. You got to have your hair parted this way, and women are lesser beings, and all of these wonderful things. I was raised that way. That was what was taught to me. Now, I do not agree with those things, but it kicks in when you were raised a certain way. No matter how you were raised, it will kick in, and you can choose to okay, wow, I'm having a thought that I probably shouldn't be having. I need to work on that myself, and I need to overcome that bias, because those biases can work very much in your favor. The bias to stay in between the lanes on a road are something that keep us alive. But when a bias comes up, I can make the choice to cross those lanes in the road. But when that bias comes up, I can make the choice to say, okay, well, this was something my brain just came up with, and that is bonkers. It's wrong. And so and I'm saying this like from my experience, because I have dealt with that. And I need to say, hey, what the heck am I even thinking, dude? That's evil. And I do believe that train of thought is evil. And like I say, I know like Christians that are maybe in the chat or whatever are probably Christian shaming me, but to overcome those kind of things is a possibility. Because even if you have a bias, no matter what that bias may be, it may be your instinct and it may kick in right away. But if you train yourself, you can say, okay, I'm not going to react on that impulse. And I mean, as as kind of disagreeing with you, which I love. I think that's awesome. And I love the way that you are debating this, because it is a matter of we land on a lot of the same points, but it's just a different lens that we're seeing those same points through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that would all be true, that you can overcome these biases, but only if it makes it to the level of the attention. That's my entire point, is that it never makes it to the level of the attention. That in order to actually change your mind about something, your brain is like a very sleepy guy. It wants to go back to the passive mode. It does not want to give cognitive bandwidth to something of that sort. It wants to maintain its like cognitive inertia. It what your brain wants is to not think about the evidence that would cause it to reevaluate its conclusions. That's where things like confirmation bias prevent you from even evaluating or being aware of the countervailing evidence in the first place. And then if it's like very clearly brought to your attention in the way that you probably bring it to people's attentions when they're, trying to disregard aspects of science, that's when, you wake the attentive part of your brain, and all the attentive part of the brain wants is to go back to sleep. It's, the brain will twist itself into pretzels to try to just stop thinking about the problem, to try to, it'll undergo cognitive dissonance, and they'll come up with crazy copes, mental gymnastics, all of that to get back to sleep as quickly as it can, so that it can stop thinking about this. Which is why it takes like so much effort. You have so many barriers to get through to actually change a mind. But my point is that the barrier where things are not even brought to your attention, countervailing evidence is not even brought to your attention, that, let's say you're trying to figure out what some object on the beach is, and you make up your mind. You're like, oh, that looks like a purse. I bet it's a purse. Your brain is still registering subconsciously that, this is like clearly a rock. But, it's not going to bring that to your attention. And if it doesn't bring it to your attention, then you don't really have a choice to change your mind about that.
I would have to agree. I think that's well said, and that is something that there is definitely a level of I wouldn't want to call it intuition because I think that's kind of a cop-out word. But
okay.
There is a level where you are just going to make those choices, just as you said, and I agree with that completely. And I think that those are usually reserved for things like in our mind, reserved for things that aren't going to require that attention.
Mm-hmm.
And so our brain is making these choices all the time. You can walk through a room without, well, I can't walk through a room without bumping through the end of things, but you can make those decisions and those choices, and your brain is relating those all the time. But I think that if it is something that you are having to make a decision about or be cognition about, then you are going to bring those to your attention. That's just how the mind works. This is now going to spark more of those neurons, and you are going to pay more attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I think about, I used to be Christian up until I was like 13 or something. It wasn't that serious, but, I think about when I learned that other people had religions. I think that if my brain were rational, that to me would be a cause for attention. I would say, whoa, I've been accepting my religion as the truth just based on the fact that people told me that it was true. And those other people are doing the exact same thing. How do I know that I'm right and they're wrong? That's what rationally would have happened. But instead, what actually happened is my brain just stopped thinking about it. The thought that I might be wrong didn't even cross my mind. Which to me, our cognition is very strange if what God wants is a relationship, because there are ways where we are systematically unable to evaluate, or it's not that we're unable to, but like just systematically we are not inclined to reevaluate things or change our minds. If you get born into the wrong religion, it's overwhelmingly likely that you're going to die in the wrong religion.
Unfortunately, I agree. I don't like to say wrong religion. I'm a little bit more probably open about that than a lot of folks might be as far as religion versus believing in God.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same. If you are born to alcoholic parents,
Yeah.
then you are going to have that, and it is also. It is going to be a physiological as well as a psychological likelihood toward that addiction. But if, and again, speaking from coming away from something that was essentially, well, I'm not going to say essentially a cult, that was a cult, you can break that though. Is it likely? No, but you can.
Mm-hmm.
And so is it easy? No.
Yeah.
It's not. But to say that it's impossible and you don't have those choices, you have those choices, but they're not easy. And they have to be active choices.
Yeah. I agree with that, right? Like, I think it's totally possible for you to change your mind about a religion. Like, clearly I did. Clearly lots of people do. But I guess, like, my point is more so that the way the brain is at the level of the neurons themselves is how it would be if it were trying to not get people to change their minds very often. Like the brain is, to harken back to the structural conversation, brains have a structure to them, and brains are structurally opposed to changing your mind. They really don't want to. And that's a really weird design for the brain if what God wants us to do is believe true things.
And I could not agree more in that I believe, as I say, when we were created, there was, I'm going to use the word sin, but there was, we messed up initially. And it was recorded that because of that mess up, we are going to continue. That's the same as if you have a flop in your DNA that is something that you can pass on to the next generation. They are going to have that. And so it can be passed on, it can be activated, it cannot. But though you can make those changes and you can have a potential or a disposition, or you could say bias toward one thing, which would be, in this case, into not believing in God. And you can have that bias, and that is something that you would have to actively, which I believe you do. You have to, seek out God, and you can have that bias to not. And I believe that humans have the bias to not, but it is something that is overcomable.
Well,
but
I mean,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're totally fine. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have more to say?
No, you're awesome. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay. I hear the argument that you made, but then at that point, if you're saying that what accounts for the fact that the brain is disincentivized to changing its mind is because of the fall of man and original sin, well, that just kind of becomes like an evidential question. I don't really have a reason to think that that's true. I also think that might undermine the sort of arguments that you want to make about design. I think that if you're saying that the human was designed and the earth was designed except for the parts that weren't, then that kind of seems to encompass literally any state of affairs. I don't know if you're familiar with like Bayesian reasoning. You sound like you might be, but
yes,
there's like a huge Bayesian problem there, which is just at that point your worldview. It's your worldview just doesn't generate predictions. Your worldview predicts that the world will be a way where it has things that are designed and things that are not designed. That's literally every world. There's no possible way the world could be where it doesn't look like that. So I don't know. I don't know if that objection makes sense to you.
It does, and I think my kind of rebuttal to that one would be that we were designed with free will.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't designed to be a robot to love God. We weren't designed that way. We were designed in a way. God created us that He wanted us to love us on our own. And that was a choice that He wanted us to make. So He designed us in that way. So it wasn't a matter of this was a lack of design. We were designed with those neurons that say that's a purse on the beach. We were designed with those things in mind because He wanted us to make that choice to love Him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that and I know love is the most anti-scientific thing that you could possibly ever, because it both confirms everything scientific and both denies everything scientific. It is the Schrodinger's cat of science. But I
don't know if that's true, but
but if you were designed to, or He designed us to want, He wanted us to make that choice, because my cat loves me because I give it food. And that's it, right? And does my cat always love me? No. But if it was designed as a building, if you kind of, harken back to the building structure versus consciousness, a structure isn't going to love anything. Like you can put all the gold on that building you want, and I'm not trying to get political, but you could put all the gold you want on that building, and that building is not going to love you anymore.
Sure.
But if something was designed in a way with consciousness, then it has that conscious choice to make.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so probably the only direction that I could see the conversation going at this point. You're saying that what accounts for this fact is the fall of man. I don't know. Is there any evidence that tries to convince you? Or I'm
I don't
sorry,
have
that
it.
not tries to convince you. Is there any
No,
evidence
no,
that
I know what.
convinces you
No,
that
I
the
know what
fall
you're
of man
saying. No,
happened?
I no, I understood. I understood the question completely. I don't. I don't have any. And I mean, that's just
Hmm.
straightforward, me being honest. I don't
Okay.
have that.
Okay.
And I think that is something that comes down to a belief or a faith. And as far as a scientific evidence of, there are people who say, oh, well, we found the Garden of Eden, or we found these things, and I often debunk those in my own teaching because it is people just trying to affirm what they're trying to say.
Mhm.
And I don't believe in that. That is not science. So, as an answer to that, I am going to have to put that on faith. And, I think that faith is something, whether you are completely believing in evolution, there is a level of faith there because we have the science that shows that these things have happened. We have the science showing, on a nuclear level that these things have happened. But you are building on your faith in the science before you. And it's always been the case. Now, unfortunately, you have people that say, well, that's not the case and there's a flat earth. But, there's always going to be that level of you were not there to witness that. And anything outside of that requires you to believe the evidence of someone else. So if you're believing someone else's evidence, even if they can lay it out to you and they can say, no, see, this is correct, because I was taught that way. No, see, this is correct. I was taught that way. The Bible says. And if you say, well, there is scientific evidence of this, if you haven't witnessed that evidence, it requires a level of faith for you to believe that evidence.
Yeah, I guess I don't necessarily think that that's true. Maybe this is just like a verbal disagreement, but to me, I take faith to be something like a belief with insufficient evidence or like a belief in the absence of evidence. But I have good evidence to think that the evidence of science is reliable. If science didn't work, if science weren't reliable, if these people were just lying, then it's shocking that all the technology around me is working. I wouldn't expect like the medicine that I take to work. I wouldn't expect like the PC that I have in front of me to work. You would if it's like a conspiracy or if it's like a group of people that are like lying or manufacturing data, then the conspiracy goes quite deep to cover up all these people who are just manufacturing data. And that's kind of like the those to me seem like the two options. Either the scientists are being truthful when they report their data, and then we can build on their data on that basis, or like the alternative to that is that they're not being truthful and there's like widespread systemic lying that runs down to the core of various scientific fields. But I mean, if that's true, then it's just really surprising that our technology continues to improve based on that exact scientific research.
And I think, and that's why I kind of hesitated to use the word faith, because I couldn't agree more. And that is actually one of the things I butt heads with on the other side, on folks saying, well, we have this scientific evidence that proves this and that proves this, and we've, there's never been this fossil or there's never been whatever. There is a scientific community that is, I think by and large, that is honest, that is trying to build upon the science, the science that was before them. There are people, of course, that are nut jobs.
Yeah, of course.
On both sides of the argument that have that bias. That like we were talking about, I have a bias and I'm going to prove I'm right. And instead of saying I have a bias, or instead of saying this is the problem, I could be wrong, which is what science is. But it's the same, to say that these past scientists or scientific community they were all correct. They were, right in everything they said. There's a lot of the science that we've built on, and the point of science is to prove the last science wrong. And that is science.
Yep.
And
yeah, I
so,
agree with that.
and so, to build upon it, you do have to say, okay, well, this is what that person said, and I have to choose whether I'm going to believe what that person said because they are presenting the evidence, or are they presenting evidence that just proved they were correct? And so there are
Oh,
not
I
all
see.
scientists
Okay,
are-
sure.
right, because are they presenting evidence that they came at against their own bias? Because anytime you are trying to progress in science, you're going to have to defeat that bias in order to say, hey, this works a better way, or there is something better about it. The Bohr's model of the atom, I had taught up to recently, was an incorrect model of the atom because they had discovered it was an incorrect model of the atom until even more recently when they're like, well, no, it really is a lot closer to that. And I had to actually address my students and say, hey, I taught you wrong. And that's science. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So I think that the beautiful thing about science is that it's not a product, it's a process. That
Wonderful.
the glorious thing about the scientific method is that it's repeatable. That if somebody in the past had bad data, you can rerun their experiments. There's the entire methodology section. You can redo their calculations, you can remake whatever thing, and then you can test to see whether or not you arrive at the same conclusion. And when people keep on testing and keep on testing and keep on testing, then you root out the bad results and you systematically get rid of the biases that are there. And it's like an always improving process. It's never going to be 100% free of bias. Of course, no process ever is, but it's always getting better, which I think gives it a leg up when it comes to something like the Bible. The Bible says things that are demonstrably false and they'll just kind of be false forever. And there are specific interpretations that could be taken, and that's totally fine. But it's really strange that the Bible would say things that are false at all.
I think the idea that you touched on as far as interpretation, I think is a very strong idea. I do personally believe the Bible, and I think that it has unfortunately been used as a weapon. It has been used as a tool. It has been used in very evil ways, which I know you, as a Christian, you shouldn't say that about the Bible, but it has been used in evil ways historically. But when you're looking at something, as you say, observable science versus historic science, there is still a level that, okay, well, I'm using concepts that I haven't proven those concepts myself. And so if you haven't proven those yourself, you're going to believe that they work. And so those are what result in the outcome that you got from your current experiment. So if you're experimenting on something, you're going to say, well, I know that this does this because I read it in a book or I read it on the internet.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a book because nothing you read on the, no, I'm kidding. but because I read this in a book, I know that this is going to give me this result. But when I tested these other factors, I didn't get the result I thought. What if there was something? And as you said, I don't think the scientific community, and this is where I'm sure we would agree, I don't think there's some evil conglomerate that is from some kind of Disney movie trying to, I don't think that. And it is unfortunate. I think that, as you said, 50%, I would probably say more of Christians do believe that. And that's almost a quote. But
do you think testimonial evidence is a form of evidence?
What's that?
Do you think testimonial evidence is a form of evidence?
To a point. I think testimonial evidence usually will be rooted in a bias.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it still is a form of evidence. And then in certain contexts, we should accept it as having solid evidential weight. There's definitely certain contexts and from certain people where we should discard their testimonial evidence. Or maybe it's opaque and we don't actually know what's going on. But I mean, I agree. Science relies heavily on things like testimonial evidence. You're not, going through and doing all the experiments yourself. But it sounds like we agree that testimonial evidence is evidence. So when you believe that the previous scientists got that result on the basis of their testimony, I don't think that that's a level of faith, because science is reliable and the scientific community is reliable.
I think if maybe I could interchange the word believe for faith.
Oh,
If you are believing that, then you are having faith in that. I know faith
okay.
is usually reserved for a religious purpose, but I have faith when I walk onto my patio that it's not going to fall down. And that's not because it has a mind and it's thinking it shouldn't.
So there's kind of like a weird there's like a lot of weird statements that would follow from that. So for example, I think of some of the things that I believe, and this might not be like a good example for like the definition. This might be like kind of at the limits of the
No, but we're talking.
like your
Yeah, it's
term
cool.
usage.
Yeah.
I don't think it's accurate to say that I have faith that 2 + 2 is 4, but I do believe that 2 + 2 is 4. But I don't think that there's like faith involved there.
And I think I can agree with you there that it's just that's a matter of terminology, because I would argue that I have faith that 2 + 2 is 4, and it's really the use of the word.
Sure.
And as I say, so I do agree with you in that maybe faith is not the correct term.
Okay.
But it's the term I use or have used, because it does normally, when you say the word faith, the mind, with our biases, will trip to something religious. That's just what the word faith does. I mean, that's why people have it written on their bumper stickers and that kind of thing. But faith is to believe in something. And so it's just a matter of usage with the word. So it's like I say, it's almost a trigger word, not in that you were in
No,
any
it's
way
okay.
acting. I'm not saying that at all. But it is a word that when you use the word, the mind does have the bias of saying, well, this is believing in something that may be fictitious, or this is believing in something that has possibilities.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess at that point, I guess there's probably not much more to say than I just don't think people use the term in the way that you're using the term. I think people use the term faith to imply that there's like some sort of gap between like the attitude you're taking towards whatever it is, towards like the proposition that God exists, or that, your wife is gonna like not cheat on you, even though she's like cheated on you like a lot in the past, or something like that.
Sure.
That there's like some sort of like gap between the belief and the reality, and that gap, which is sometimes filled by evidence, is in this case not filled by evidence. But yeah. Well, is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Other than that, I had a really great conversation. I really enjoyed talking to you.
I really did enjoy the conversation, and I'm going to leave it there because they were trying to call me to help me put some furniture together. So my wife doesn't cheat on me. I'm going to go help her put some furniture
Reasonable.
together. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
are
fair
awesome.
enough.
I have really enjoyed this conversation. I look forward to watching you in more conversations, and I really respect you, and I think you do a great job.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you as well. Well, he was nice. I can always appreciate when somebody's nice. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Ian. How are you?
Doing well, yeah. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, and what religion?
I'm a Christian.
Sure. What makes you think God exists?
Based on the fact that he has made it evident within me, the same that he's made it evident within everybody else.
So are you saying that I have like some awareness that God exists?
I'm saying that you know that God exists, but you suppress that truth in unrighteousness.
So that seems to be a problem, because knowledge is a type of belief, and I don't believe that God exists. So if your God is the sort of God where you just kind of know that he exists, well, then I can know that God doesn't exist, because if he did exist, then I would know that he exists. but I don't know that he exists, therefore he must not actually exist.
Sorry. Your premise was knowledge is a type of belief.
Yeah,
How
standardly
do you-
defined.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? That's how the term is used. When you say that you know something, if you didn't believe a thing, it wouldn't make sense to say that a person knows it, you know? I don't have beliefs about things like, I don't know, like intense general relativity. So I also don't think it would make sense to say for that reason that I know anything about it.
It sounds to me like you're using the term know and believe synonymously. Is that correct?
No, of course not.
Okay,
A
so-
standard account of knowledge, we could say that knowledge is something like a justified true belief in the absence of defeaters.
Okay, justified true belief. And what is this justified by?
Various things, depends on the circumstance.
Like, can we know anything to be absolutely true no matter what?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, like your prompt says God isn't real.
Yeah.
So how I define know or knowledge is to be aware of something that you cannot be wrong about.
Okay.
I would ask you, could you be wrong that God exists?
No, I think that there are successful a priori arguments, but do you think it's possible that God could be deceiving you?
No, because God is not a God of confusion. So
Does God have the
But-
power to deceive you?
does God have the power to deceive me? God has the power to bring forth evil spirits towards people, but God does not tempt with evil, and God cannot be tempted with evil.
Does he have the power to do it though?
Does he have the power? No, God can only act according to his nature.
Okay, so God does not have the power to deceive people.
No, because so when you say
That
power,
seems to imply
see,
that he's
you're-
not all powerful.
But you're making a false equivalency between all powerful in your human definitions compared to what the Bible actually says that God's omnipotence is, because the Bible does say that God cannot sin. So under your definition, it would mean that God is not omnipotent, but under the biblical definition, it means that God is omnipotent. So no, God cannot act against his nature.
But nobody
God
can
is
act
who he
against their
is.
nature.
Correct. Yeah. The
So
reason that
then I would be all powerful.
No, I don't think you're understanding at all what I'm saying.
Okay.
Maybe
Do you define
could you-
all powerful as being like
Right.
you can't
Okay,
go
well-
against your nature, or you can do everything that's possible within your nature?
No, that's not how I'm defining all powerful.
Okay, how would you define it?
All powerful in the sense of God. God is the creator of all things.
Mhm.
He is all powerful over all things. He is completely sovereign over all things.
That's circular. That's the term that I'm asking for a definition of.
Okay, no, that's not circular. I would
I
ask
asked you what
so-
all powerful meant, and then the term all powerful appeared in your definition.
No, I said he's sovereign over all things. He's
Okay.
created over all things.
And
That
by
was my
sovereign, you mean
definition. But the reason I asked you, so I noticed you're taking this down a different line. The reason I asked you about your
Do you want to
definition
get back
of
to? Do you have
knowledge-
like a script? Do you want to get back to the script?
No, I don't have a script. It's
Okay.
because I tried to ask you a line of questions to understand your epistemological approach to justifying things according to what is true. But you started asking me other questions, so
Wait, so I have a
answered them.
Bible verse.
Right.
This is 2 Thessalonians
okay, hang
2:11. For
Am I
this
allowed to-
reason, God sends
am
them
I
a
allowed to
powerful
ask
delusion, leading
any
them to
questions?
believe what is false.
Yeah, I already told you. I already told you God can lead evil spirits towards people.
So,
like, make
is
them
it
believe what
possible
is
that
false.
God is leading
Okay.
you towards false beliefs via evil spirits?
Am I not allowed to ask
I
any
just
questions?
asked you a
and reply?
question. You've asked several questions.
Okay, and you have asked several questions as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. And I'm not complaining about you asking questions. You're complaining about me asking
sure.
questions,
So
though.
I'll
So,
okay,
is
for
it
sure. So I'll
possible
ask
that
you.
God is deceiving you with evil spirits?
For sure. So no, it's not. So I'll ask you.
Does he have the power
How
to?
do you know? So how do you know
Does
that
he have
what
the
you are
power
saying?
to?
So how do you know what you are saying?
Okay, it sounds
is
like you have a
true?
script. Sounds like you don't want to answer that question.
Okay, now you're being a little hypocritical. You just complained about me complaining about asking questions.
I just want to make sure we're
Thing.
following along like a clear dialogue tree. I think that there's going to be like
me
a
too,
contradiction.
Me too. I want to ask you questions based on how you can know things.
Okay.
Because under atheism, you can't know a thing.
What's the argument for that?
Yeah, I'd ask you, how do you know that God does not
Do you think
exist? That's what
questions
I'm
are
asking.
arguments?
Okay, I'm asking you to answer.
I know, but do you think the
I'm
question
leading you
is an
down a line.
argument? You made a specific claim. I just want the defense of that claim.
I don't think you've answered a single one of my questions.
I've answered multiple of your questions.
Okay,
You asked
okay,
me, for
perfect,
example, can I in my view, can I know things with absolute certainty? And I said yes. And then you asked me,
And then-
can you
and I
know
asked
that
you
God
how.
doesn't exist with absolute certainty? And I said yes. So wait, why would God give you
And I asked
senses
you
that
how do- I
mistrack the
asked you-
conversation?
no,
You just said a
because-
false thing.
Because you
And
know
maybe you
can't answer the
misremembered, but
next
why would God
question.
make it such that you misremember?
You can't answer the next question. I'm
Okay,
asking
sure.
you how do you know?
Yeah, don't engage with that, you know. Step 1, stay on script. Step 2, don't not stay on script.
Okay, I'm asking you how do you know that? How do you know God
How do I
doesn't
know
exist?
what? Yeah, sure. So either God was always creating or he was not always creating. If God was always creating, then creation always exists, but that's a problem because that means that he never created it, which would be a contradiction. The alternative is that God began creating, but then that's a problem because that means that he didn't create time.
Okay, how do you know that?
Which part of that? Which premise there do you want
How do
justified?
you know any of those points?
Which premise there do you want justified?
Any premise.
Can you name a single premise that I said?
Any premise.
Did you listen or?
Yeah, no, I did.
If
I
you
did.
listened, could you just prove that really quickly by saying a single premise back to me that I just
no,
said?
I listened. You said a lot of words. I just want you to prove with an
Okay.
objective truth standard.
I'm
any
growing
of
a
the
little bit
premises.
skeptical. You know, I know
Okay.
that you definitely listened, but I'm worried that based on what just happened, the audience might come away with the impression that you didn't listen to a single word.
Okay, I just want you to explain
You
how
didn't listen,
know
did you?
what
Why are you
said
asking
is
questions
true.
if you're not going to listen to the answer?
Ian, bro, do you want to answer how
Do you want to
know
listen
things?
to the
Because-
answer? If I answer, will you
Yeah,
listen?
I do. I very much do want to listen to the answer. Yes. How do you
Okay,
know
so
any of the
did you
premises?
listen just now?
Yeah, I did listen. I
Okay,
just
could
want
you
to
repeat back to me a single premise or like the brunt of the
I
argument?
can't repeat to you back word for word. I just want
Just
you to
the
tell
general
me.
gist
I
of the
just-
argument that I made.
I
Can you repeat
just-
back?
Okay, so now we're
Maybe
arguing
could you like
different points.
re-summarize? Like because okay,
You can
we
win
shouldn't
on
move on
rhetoric.
if you didn't understand the
can
words
win
that
on
I
rhetoric.
said.
You can win on rhetoric all you
Okay,
want. I'm just
I
trying to
mean,
get
like
down
I
to
totally
your-
grant that I
what your
can win on
foundation
rhetoric,
is.
but what I'm trying to do is engage substantively, and in order to engage substantively,
For
we need to
sure,
make
yeah.
sure that it's actually like a back and forth dialogue, which of course requires listening to each other.
Okay. How about this? I'll let
Yeah.
you say your first premise again.
Yes.
Just say the one premise.
Yes.
That way we can
Either
stick one
God
premise
was
at a time.
always creating or not always creating.
Okay. And may I ask, how do you know that?
Yes. That's going to be true just based on the law of excluded middle.
Okay, so perfect. You're assuming logic.
No,
you
I'm not
a
assuming it. You can give a justification for logic.
Okay. You would have to use a logical approach to give a justification for
Nope,
logic.
you can use
Therefore, you're
self-defeat.
assuming logic.
You can use proto-logic.
Yeah, but reasoning is a form. Logic is a form, or when you
So,
reason,
for
you're
example,
using,
are you
when
familiar with like
reason-
self-defeat arguments? Do you want me to tell
Hang
you
on.
about them?
When you reason, you're assuming logic, though.
Okay. You don't want to answer that question either. It's okay. A long chain of questions you don't want to answer, it seems.
Okay. Yep. So when you reason, you're assuming logic. You just told me that
You can prove
justify
certain laws of logic
but you are
by using
assuming
other
logic.
laws of logic. And so,
Wait, hang on. Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
yeah, you can demonstrate the truth of some laws of logic by using more fundamental laws of logic
Okay. well,
or
then I'll be
logical
circular.
operators. So,
Then
for
I'll be
example, you know, let's say I was denying the existence of the not operator. I would say the not operator does not exist, but that very statement already presupposes, it posits the not operator into existence. So
And would
in order
that
to
be
even
circular?
make the claim that the not operator does not exist, I would need to assume the existence of the not operator. It's inescapable.
Yeah.
So
okay. so
On
yes.
that basis, we arrive at certain like foundational laws of logic wherein the very denial of them is impossible, because in order to deny them, you need to presuppose them. But by presupposing something like the not operator, we can also demonstrate the truth of the law of excluded middle.
Okay. Because you assume or because you believe in the laws of logic, are you a materialist or are you an immaterialist?
I'm a Platonist.
May you explain what that is for me, please?
Yeah, it just means that you believe that there are certain abstract objects that exist.
Are those material or immaterial?
Immaterial.
Okay. So where are these? How are these
That's a category
grounded?
error.
What?
I think that they're fundamental.
They're fundamental according to what? How are you justifying them is my question.
What's the, oh, sure, because they have necessary existence.
According to what? And you're justifying them based
Because
on what?
if they had contingent existence, then the fact that they had contingent existence would be true in some number of worlds, which would then posit the existence of numbers in all worlds, which would make them necessary, not contingent. So they must actually have a necessary existence.
Okay, and if I say you're wrong because I say so, why am I wrong?
That's circular.
And why is that wrong?
Yeah, and so far as in order to accept the conclusion, I would already need to accept the conclusion, and I don't.
Okay, so you're unable to explain why I'm wrong.
Can you summarize back to me what I just said?
No, I can't. But basically, what you're saying,
That's
you said you
brutal,
don't have
dude.
to.
This is like actually really embarrassing. I think that, I don't know, if I had a debate performance like this, I'd probably take a step back and think about
your-
like
your
whether or
rhetoric
not I'm a
isn't-
good representative
The
from our
rhetoric
church.
isn't going to hurt me in any way.
It
But
does,
basically what
and
you
you
said
should
is
be
you
more
don't
concerned
have
with
to.
it because your rhetorical appearance is quite important. And at this stage in the
According to
debate, the
what?
fact that you're not even
Why
listening,
would I listen to it?
you should look at the comments. If your
tell me
goal is
what
to
I
win
should and
souls or
shouldn't
to have success as like
that's
a
not my
debater,
goal. See,
I've
you're
literally
assuming
looked
things.
at
You're
your page
assuming
before I
things.
brought you up
You
here.
don't know. No,
I looked at your page before I brought
You-
you up here. I do know.
no, you.
You're trying
you
to
don't
change
know.
people's
What is
minds
my? Wait,
about
hang on,
this.
Ian.
Ooh, calm
what's
down
my
there.
goal?
There's no need to get upset. Just take a deep breath.
Oh, I'm not upset. I just
You
want you to
sound
tell me what my
upset. You're
goal
getting a
is.
bit giddy.
Oh my goodness, Ian, what's my goal?
Your
You just
goal
told me
seems
what
to
my
be
goal is.
to change people's minds.
No, Ian. See, that's not my goal.
Is
My
your
goal is
your
to
goal
obey
is not to
God.
change people's minds? What's your
Ian,
goal?
my goal is to obey God.
Oh,
See, when
sure.
when
Yeah.
Jeremiah
And how
was
do you know
out
what God
preaching-
tells you?
See, when Jeremiah was out preaching, because God is a
He's not going to
sufficient
answer that question
communicator.
either.
I
Add that
just-
one to the
I
stack
just
of
answered
questions
it.
he's not going to answer.
I just answered it, but you were.
What question did I
speaking
ask
there.
you if you just answered it?
You said, "How is God able to communicate to you?" I
I
said,
did-
"God is a
that's not what I
sufficient
asked.
communicator."
How
Okay,
do you
I'm
know
sorry.
what God tells you is what
Because
I
God is a
asked.
sufficient communicator.
And
That's
how
what
did
I
he
said.
how did you know that he's not lying to you?
Because God cannot lie.
And how do you know that he
Because
can't lie?
I presuppose that God is telling the
Sure,
truth.
so it's just a
So I know.
baseline presupposition. What justifies that?
Yeah, you cannot prove my
What
justification.
justifies it? Go
You
ahead.
can't prove. You can't
It's
prove my.
circular, bud.
You
What
can't
justifies?
prove
Do you have
my-
any justification?
Can
Yes
you
or no?
let me answer, please?
Just
Just
a yes
one.
or a no would suffice.
You didn't ask me a yes or no question. You asked me how do I
Can
justify
you
it?
justify it? Is the yes or no?
How is that a yes or no?
Either yes,
I
you
have to
can
explain.
justify it, or no. Oh, geez, dude, that's rough.
Okay,
You
so
don't think
if
you don't think
if I say yes,
that's a
you're gonna
yes
ask
or no
me how.
question?
Yeah, if you ask me yes, I'm gonna have to explain how.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
correct.
that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Well, it was a yes or
Okay.
no question, but sure, yeah. So
my
how do you know that
presupposition-
it's
All
in
right,
God's
bro.
nature to never
Alright.
deceive you?
All right, dude. I can't even answer the questions anymore. So basically, I'm sure you know, but for the people who don't know, the transcendental argument for God is saying that I presuppose that God's word is true,
No way.
and my justification for that
No
is that
shot,
God cannot
dude.
lie. You're
Oh,
presupposing.
You
so,
just presuppose it.
Ian,
It's
you're
true because it's
presupposing-
true. It's true because you presuppose it.
Ian, you're presupposing that your mind is telling you the truth all the time.
Nope.
You don't?
Yeah, I don't presuppose
you-
all the
so-
time.
so,
I often
Ian,
doubt
so
my
you
mind.
could be-
Oftentimes,
so you could be
my mind
wrong.
will produce a thought, and then
Ian.
I'll question that thought.
Ian, so you could be wrong about everything you're saying right now.
I could be wrong about some things, not everything.
So you presuppose that your mind is telling you the truth of something.
Sometimes. I mean,
And it's
sometimes my
justified.
mind
How
arrives
is
at
that-
true
and how is
conclusions,
that
and sometimes
justified?
it arrives at false conclusions. It
how
would be
is that
self-defeating
justified?
to think that it always arrives at false conclusions, but you
Ian,
still didn't give a justification.
Ian, how is that justified? That your
How
mind
is
is
what
telling you the
justified?
truth of
What's the
something?
specific proposition
What
you
are
want
What are you
justified?
justifying? What are
You need to
using
give a
justify
specific
that you're-
proposition for me to justify, but
Yeah,
you
what are
probably
you-
don't know how logic
what are you
works.
What are you using to justify that your mind is telling you the truth in some?
Yeah, the fact that it would be self-defeating to think that it's always telling me falsehoods,
using-
because
and how
that
do you
would be
know
my
that?
mind itself telling me those falsehoods, which means
Wow.
that the fact that it's telling me falsehoods is
So your
itself
mind
false.
is telling you that your mind is
Nope.
is telling
Do
you
you want me
true.
to? Was that
No, that's what you
too?
just
Did that
said.
argument go by too quickly? Do you want me to go slower?
That's
'Cause that wasn't
exactly
the
what you just
argument.
said. Okay, so
What
yes
was
or
your
no?
understanding of the? Oh,
Yes-
you want to?
yes or
Oh,
no?
of course, right. You don't want to get clear on the argument. You want to move to the next point for you to be confused about.
This is about the argument. Yes or
Okay.
no?
Can you summarize
your
back to
mind
me the argument that I
justifying-
just made?
Yes or no? Is your mind
I,
justifying?
whoa, sorry. Before
that
we
your
move
mind is
on,
telling you
before we
the
move
truth?
on, before we move on, can you summarize
Ian.
back to me the argument that I just made?
You win rhetoric. Congrats.
Thank
yes
you.
or no?
Can you
Yes or
summarize
no?
back
Is
to
your
me the
mind-
argument? Just say no.
Yeah.
If you didn't listen, just say no.
Ian,
Can
I
you-
am
Whoa.
speaking.
Let's
I'm
just.
speaking.
He's
based
like
on the
lobbying me for
conversation.
the right to speak, dude. He's like petitioning. Please, debate opponent. Please, I'm begging you. Please let me speak, debate opponent. Can you summarize back to me the argument that I just made, or were you not listening?
I was listening. So
Okay,
I'm
what was the
asking you,
argument?
based on the argument you gave,
What
yes or
was the
no, are you
argument that I made?
justifying?
Did you
Are
listen
you
or did you not
justifying that
listen?
your mind is telling you the truth?
He didn't listen. Jeez.
Because your mind is telling you the truth?
Oh boy. No, it's because if my mind was telling me falsehoods, then the idea that my mind is telling me falsehoods would itself be a falsehood, which means that that can't possibly be the case. So
But you're using
sometimes
your
my
mind
mind
to
tells me
justify
things
it.
that are true.
But you're using your mind to justify those things.
Yep, there's layers to it. It's like an
Wait,
ogre.
So no, you're not using your mind to
It's
justify what your
infinitism,
mind is
but
telling you.
it's
But
an
yes, you
it's an
are
infinitely deep
using your mind
justification.
to justify what your mind is telling you.
Wait,
That's
sorry,
what you
what's
just
the
told me.
defeater to epistemic infinitism?
Oh, that's what you just told me.
Oh, he's not
Thank
going to
you,
answer
Ian, for
that
this
question.
conversation. God bless you.
Oh
Listen,
shit, he got torn in
pray
half
for you
and
that
he's
you
running. He had no.
repent and
Oh, he
believe the
wasn't
good
prepared
news.
to give a critique of infinitism.
No,
I
I
accept your
gotta go.
surrender, by the
Thank you
way.
so much
I
for the
totally accept your
conversation. I
surrender.
appreciate it.
Hey,
Have a great day.
thanks for coming on. Thanks for the content. I really do appreciate you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. Man, I'm like enthusiastic. I'm like giddy whenever I know somebody's gonna come up to try to run tag, because this is like the single argument that I have. I have this argument on lock. I know all their tricks, and I tear through it like super easy. Sorry, let's read supers. 14 supers. For a second there, I thought you played the X-Files. Or when you played the X-Files, I thought that I was getting a call. I have it as my normal ringtone. That's fun. I like that. Jam Nick, thanks so much for the super chat. I slit a sheet. A sheet I slit. Upon the slit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Screaming, crying, and throwing up. I slit a sheet I slit. Upon the slitted sheet I sit. The big black bug bit the big brown bear, and the big brown bear bled badly. That one, I have less familiarity with that one. Teach creation, but want people to follow science. Yeah, that is interesting. I wish I could talk to him a bit more about that at some point. Chase Martin physics. Sun equals 8 minutes. Other star equals 4 billion years. If light has arrived from that far, then the universe is necessary minimum, even if it was created mature. But what they're going to say is that light, God just like created the light from that star. I don't know. I think that there's like ways to robustly weasel out of that, even though they're as ridiculous as saying like 4.5 billion year old appearing Earth is actually 6,000 years old. Saint Diluted, thanks so much for the super chat. Disgusting caller, calling himself a teacher, teaching lies, propaganda, and science denial. Absolutely gross. I don't know. It's hard for me to be angry at people who are nice, even if I do think that they're like teaching something that's like kind of fundamentally false. The real question is, when do the aliens debate, or when we do the alien debate? I don't know. One of my friends was telling me that I should get into the like moon landing hoax debate. Apparently that's like really popular. But I don't know. I assume that a lot of the conspiracy theory debates are pretty similar to debates like the why is being gay wrong debate, where if you know a couple of facts, you'll be able to basically wall up every single person. Yeah, that's my intuition. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Creation science is deceptive and scummy, period. Chase Martin physics. Young Earth creationists love to be wrong. Get ready for some serious bliss, because boy, do I have some good news for you. Jamnik, thanks so much for the super chat. Mr. Dave, I want to be wrong. Welp, you're a Christianist claiming to be a science teacher. Congrats, you're wrong. It did take me a sec to, man, I just was not expecting when he said creation science. It's always a bit of whiplash, you know. I'm a vegan. I'll have the ribeye, please. Your sick secret. Thanks so much for the super chat. Why do Christians think slapping science on their beliefs validates them? He's also heavily weaponizing his lack of charisma with those giggles. I thought he was plenty charismatic. There's no reason for us to be delusional about this. I think that slapping science on it is already plenty bad. Helping MAGA deconstruct. Thanks so much for the super chat. May Doug and Sharon rain down rocks on me to put me out of my misery. I'm trying to. It's tiring listening to this disingenuous preacher pretending like to like science. I don't know. I don't think you have to hate the person. There's a lot of hate in all of your hearts. Christopher Sanford, thanks so much for the super chat. It's seriously impressive for a precept to look dumb in comparison to other precepts, but don't worry, this caller's absolutely nailing it. Well, okay. The problem with running scripts is that it's really easy to bump someone off. Like if your argument relies on running a script, it's just really easy to get like exposed as doing exactly that. You know, asking the person if they're listening to the conversation when they run their like next dialogue tree option, just to ask them to like summarize back to you what you just said. Anyone should be able to do it. If you're having a back and forth conversation, they should be able to articulate at least the gist of it. Even if they like ripped their headphones out of their earbud or out of their fucking ears, I don't know, their ear canals, their ear russies, even if they ripped their earbuds out of their ear russies or like rip the fucking router out of their wall, you know, like barring those circumstances, you would expect them to be able to articulate at least like the gist of it. Skeptical Dilettante, thanks so much for the super chat. Jay Dyer has ruined these people. That's true. I don't know, man. It's just like a lot of there are quite a few people who know literally nothing about philosophy think that saying like metaphysics, epistemology is like something substantive. To a pace, Soa, thanks so much for the super chat. He ran the transcendental arrogant meant for God. That's funny. I like that. Oh. 8up. Soa. That's what it is. Thanks, Molly. Appreciate you. Okay. Hey, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Also, that you have some reason to think that God exists as we go to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, how old are you?
26.
Okay. What religion?
I'm just a Christian.
Okay. What makes you think that God exists?
A couple of things, but I just want to find out from you. You said God isn't real, so what makes you think that? Are you like a materialist or what?
I'm not a materialist. I'm a Platonist, but I guess I think that there's kind of problems with God and his relationship to time. If God is an ultimate being, then that means that time is going to depend on him for his existence, but God can't create time. Time must always exist. It can't be brought into creation. Either God was eternally creating time, that is, like he was always creating it, or he was not always creating it. If God was always creating time, then it just would have always existed, which means that he never actually created it. But if he wasn't always creating time, then at some point he begins to create it. He goes from not creating it to creating it. But then he would change, and all changes happen in time. which means that kind of no matter how you slice it, you end up with this impossibility of God actually being the creator of time.
Okay, wait. Did you say you were a Platonist?
I am a Platonist, yeah.
Oh, so you actually believe that there are some forms out there that are immaterial?
Not kind of, not really. Platonist in like in the sense that I'm using it in like the analytic philosopher sense. Platonist just means that you think that there are like abstract objects that exist. So I believe that mathematical objects exist, like numbers. I think numbers are real things. I don't just think that they're like constructions of the mind. And I think that they exist in like a
Oh,
Platonic
yeah.
realm. I don't think that there's like the
Oh, yeah, but
Platonic. I don't think that there's like the Platonic water bottle or something.
oh, yeah, no, I get you. But I think that's more of how the Asians would see about it, because they would use terms like spirits or what. So yeah, but that's exactly what they mean when they say spirits. They would basically saying abstract objects, so like numbers and all those. So from Pythagoras, Plato, and all those. So basically, so what you're saying that you're saying, okay, you do believe that there is abstract objects, but
Yeah.
now you are having a problem in believing in God because of time. Can you
Yeah,
say-
I don't think
I'm
God
trying
can
to wrap
create
my
time.
head around that. Oh yeah. So yeah, can you just flesh that out?
Yeah.
Because
Do you
I'm
think
trying to
maybe
figure
this would
out
be
that-
like an easy
'cause-
way? Do you think God was always creating time?
No. Because the way I see it, I don't contain all reality in my head. I do believe that, even though I believe in logic, I do believe that there is probably some, I would say, supra-logical thing. Because obviously, logic, yeah. As a finite human being, I cannot like comprehend. I believe that like there are much higher patterns than the logic that we can perceive as human beings.
Yeah, I was
So
trying
you
to get
see,
my
so
discrete mathematics professor to understand that very point. Yeah. You know, they said that my proofs
So-
were wrong.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Even though we do say God exists, technically, even though our church father will say it's also correct to say God does not exist; it's beyond existence and non-existence. Basically, even I think that question was also raised to Saint Maximus. I'm an Oriental Orthodox, but I also read some Maximus, which is an Eastern Orthodox church father. But he does. I think Saint Basil also, one of the Capuchin fathers do touch on that question and saying they were asking about when did God start creating the world, and basically what you're saying, because it presupposes time, but the problem is not God. The problem is our mind, because we are created in time, basically. So our mind, our logical analyzing of reality goes. It's basically in time. So it starts from like it's logical. So like proposition A to proposition B, therefore 1, 2, 3. You get what I'm saying? So it's within time. So yeah. So we can't transcend that logical yeah. Basically, I'm I don't have my books with me right now. I'm just basically going off the head, but you get what I'm saying. We can't like step outside of time to try and figure out that.
So let me get this straight. So you're saying that no matter what sort of, like, if I demonstrated a contradiction in God's existence, that wouldn't make you think that he doesn't exist? It's kind of not clear to me why you would ask me for an argument for his non-existence if you're saying that, even when presented with like a logical argument, that it's not gonna like change your mind because he's that set of logic.
No. I wouldn't say he's contradictory. I would say I'm trying to figure out, because this is a difficult subject, because now we're trying to basically we are philosophizing on things that are like much higher than that transcends our logic, like our common sense logic, because it's easy if you talk about like the day-to-day logic, propositions and everything. But now if we want to like explicate the things that goes much higher than us. It's a bit difficult to put into words, but I wouldn't say it's contradictory or illogical. I would say he's the language that our church fathers use. They say it's supralogical, meaning it's basically transcends logic. But
Can you
logic is
give me the
also
distinction between illogical and supralogical? Like, what's the difference between those two?
Say this. I can only give analogies, but now the problem is that now analogies base themselves in this reality, within this time, within we'll use the categories that we have here now. But anyway, so you would know that when in class, I remember when I was in university, you would see like the lecturer would put like enormous equations on the board, and from your perspective, because now you haven't been like, it's the first time you see all those, it seems like it's not logical. It's basically it's like gibberish. But now once you get to understand how all those formulas lay out, how the calculations, it all makes sense. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not sure that answers the question.
No, I'm exactly. I know it wouldn't suffice, because I'm trying to use examples within this reality to try and explain something that goes beyond. You understand? But I do understand that there is something like there's an exact difference between an exact contradiction of A and not A, like basically a real contradiction, and something appearing to be illogical, though it's basically my infinitude that cannot comprehend that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Not really. I have no idea how this answers the question. The question is just, what's the difference between supralogical and illogical?
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is that supralogical will simply means it goes beyond our finite intelligence. Basically, just like for example, I would give let me say this, like what this shape, a kilogon, like a shape that has 1,000 sides. So we can like picture it in our mind, but if we get a computer, we can basically generate the image. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's not
So
going to be like a
that thing-
logical contradiction in
yeah.
this thing. So
Yeah, it's not illogical. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not illogical. It's perfectly
you're just saying like the properties
logical, and
are like
it does
hard to
exist.
picture?
But
Yeah.
but to contain it
I'm
in
claiming
our
that there's a
mind,
contradiction in God's existence.
yeah, but to contain it. Okay? Now I get what you're saying. But now, can you point out the contradiction?
Yeah.
Why is the contradiction?
Let me make the argument. I'll pull up the notepad.
Yeah.
Premise 1, either God is always creating or not always creating. If God is always creating, then creation always exists. If creation always exists, then God never created it, which is a contradiction with him being always creating. If God is not always creating, then God changes from not creating to creating. If God changes, then he is in time. If God is in time, then he didn't create time. I guess we could do is always.
I see the issue already. Yeah, I see the issue already. You don't even need to go to the conclusion. But
Yep.
yeah, there's a couple of problems with especially with premise 1 and the rest, basically, because when the premise 1 already assumes time.
Nope.
Because for us, you must understand. Yeah, because it says God, either God is always creating.
Yeah.
Meaning like always. Yeah. That phrase.
That's not like a time word. It's just saying like
time.
Creating without beginning. Like there is no beginning to God's act of creating.
Yeah, because if you speak about beginning, it also presupposes
Would you say
time
like
because
God
it's
always
beginning and
existed?
end. Even in that, because when we say God is eternal, when we say like Alpha and Omega, like that goes beyond time, because it says like he goes beyond the beginning and the end, basically. So when you say, for us, our knowledge is contained within those 2 points, the beginning and the end. But what goes beyond that, that is God. That is God. You understand?
Did God always exist?
So basically, the first promise already presupposes time.
Did,
Take it like
would you
this:
say that God
our
always
categories
existed?
of our human mind.
Hello? Would you say that God always existed?
That we do say that, but you must
Then
understand
then
we
that places
can't.
him in time.
God's nature is like we cannot define God's nature. It's no, listen. God's nature is no.
Okay.
We're using created things because God
Always is temporal. God always
exactly.
existed. Therefore, God exists
Yeah.
temporally.
Yeah, you must understand also that as Christians, if you read the church fathers, you know that we make a distinction between the essence, meaning the being of God, and also the energies or the works, or what would you call the
Like the act?
basically the marks,
Or like the
yeah,
effects?
the acts of God. Yeah. So basically those are the kind of predicates, or maybe things that we analogize using the created things to speak about God. But basically, even if you go to like monastics and all, like the monks, they will tell you that basically you can't even talk about God, because God is like is beyond being. In his being, he's you can't even say he's Alpha and Omega. Like God, that's why it's a mystery. That's why it's a mystery. Like some of the things that like this thing goes deep. We just like for the masses, yes, but the mystical aspect, that's where the real theology is at. I would suggest you read Saint Dionysius the Areopagite. I think that would be the
For
one of the
which,
church
well,
fathers.
So I guess there's like a couple of
I think will
things
make sense
that
to you, because yes, we do. Yeah. There is apophatism and like there's a distinction here. So we do use created things. We do use time predicates. We do use like created things to predicate towards God, but that do not isomorphically like identical to God. It's not identical to God or His being. You understand? He goes beyond that. So that's why
do you think God
we worship him, bro.
Okay, so I think that there's like problems with analogical
Yeah.
predication. Do you think that God existing is just an analogy to us existing? Do you think like God doesn't
Yes.
literally
Basically,
exist?
yes.
So it kind
You
of seems like then you would agree with the
that's why
claim.
that's why I was raising that's why at the first I said, even our church father will say God is, if God doesn't exist, they will be fine with that. They will say God doesn't exist, but he, like, because he is beyond existence, because even existence is just, we are just analogizing using our own existence, because God is not created. You understand? That's
That's
why we say
a
we cannot know God except through the word. That's how now, and this whole theology, that's how it relates to the Trinity, basically, because now we have to say, that's why that's why you have all these things in Judaism where you have you cannot say the name of God. Now what you have is the angel of God, and what was that, basically that will be now revealed, that will be revealed as Jesus Christ, and then you will have the Holy Spirit now and everything. But yeah, if you dwell into this, I believe, because now you are saying you're a Platonist, I think you will be a good candidate. Just visit
well,
one of
wait,
the
before we move
monasteries
past
and
this,
yeah,
like
yeah,
this is
yeah.
I think that this is like a huge cause for concern. You and I should not be agreeing that God doesn't exist.
Bruv, no, I think for you, I think, yes, our conception of God not existing is totally different. Me, I do understand what I mean when I say God doesn't exist, because I would affirm to other people or other layouts, I would affirm that God does exist because I'm speaking according to his energies, his acts, and everything. But in his being, I would not even say, like, you can't even predicate anything to his being. You can't say anything to God's essence, because even when you say God's essence or is existence, we understand that that is his energies, is like, yeah, that's his energy, that his existence, basically. What we are using the language of existence because he brought everything into existence. You understand? To predicate to him. But yeah,
that has like horrible. Okay, the problem with this position is that it collapses into what I almost want to call like Christian agnosticism or like Christian atheism, where
no,
if you're
okay.
saying like there you can't truly predicate anything of God, then you would also, as like a trivial extension of that, be committing yourself to the position that there is no literal meaning behind the word God. Like God doesn't actually refer to anything. Like whatever, but then you believe in something that doesn't
we do understand
refer.
it to be one of the act of
If you
God.
don't think
Even
that
the word,
I think that if you think that the thing that you believe in exists, or are you okay? But that's the thing, you don't think it exists. I honestly think that this would have to be like a Christian
we do,
atheism, because you're literally telling me that God isn't real.
Yeah, but now, not really. That's why I was trying to make a distinction between what you mean by God doesn't, but God isn't real, and what do I mean? That's why I was saying, even to the layout, I do affirm that God is real, because I do affirm his actions, his energies, basically. And you're taking him, he isn't real, as in like he doesn't comport to reality. He's like basically a figment of our imagination. Yeah.
That there's like
but
no,
for me,
exactly.
Yeah, but for me, I would take him as the ground of all being.
But that's a
I would
big
take
problem,
it, like
because that means that
I
God
would
doesn't
take him
have
as the
being.
necessary. He's basically he is not being himself, but he is the ground of
He
all being,
lacks
and he's not.
being is what you'd be committed to.
He
Because if
doesn't
something
lack
grounds
being.
so grounding is
I'd
an
say
asymmetrical
he is
relationship.
beyond
So if
being.
A grounds B, then A does not contain B within itself. Like A does not have B if A grounds B.
Yeah, but
So then you'd have to say
that's why
God
there was
doesn't exist and that he doesn't have being.
No, he doesn't have being as such. Yeah, that's why there is a distinction. That's why we also teach creation ex nihilo, because that God does not have our being. We do condemn the what do you call it, the chain of being, where God is part of the creation. No, God is wholly other. So he doesn't have being the way we do have being, but we do predicate being to him analogically. We do have we do say that there is a similarity, because that's why he teaches. Basically, there's his revelation. Basically, listen, because I know you are a Platonist, and I know for you to prove that some of the things that you believe in, basically, like probably you do believe in the laws of logic, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, you do believe in the existence of numbers, abstract objects, basically, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So for us, we would say God is the necessary condition. According to the church fathers, that's how they put it. That God is the necessary is the necessary condition for the abstract object, and the abstract object inform the material objects, which is like the concrete reality
Wait,
that we live.
you keep on moving to side issues.
Yeah.
We can't move away from the central issue here, which is that you don't think that God exists. You don't think that God has being. I agree that God doesn't exist. I agree that God doesn't have being.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't be agreeing about this. This is like, okay.
Let me qualify with some caveats. With some caveats, because I do think he does not exist the way we exist. So basically, what I'm saying, I'm drawing a distinction between our existence, or like there is some analogy to our existence, yes. So he do have essence.
But does he literally exist?
He do have a being.
Is he literally real?
What would that mean? Basically, what would that mean? Literally,
that's the strange thing, because I take real to mean something like exist or has being. I think that these are like basically synonyms.
So look at this. For us, we would say, okay, maybe let's say I have what can I say? I have a ball on my table. Say that, né? I have a ball. It's circle. I would say, okay, the ball it does exist, but now within that ball, what exists? It's the shape circle, or maybe the sphere. It does exist, but the sphere is an abstract object. It does also exist in multiple objects. So the sphere does exist. You understand? It does inform the material object that I see in front of me, and somewhere else, who knows where, like multiple spherical things that do exist. So the sphere does exist, like you say, you are a Platonist, as an abstract object. So now all those abstract objects also necessitate an even higher abstract object, which we will call God, which is the ground. For example, I would say, if you do believe there exists, like the laws of logic exist, all these abstract objects, they intertwine, like how would I put it? Like they link together. They necessitate each other, and they like if they necessitate each other, they connect like a web, basically. I'm trying to figure out.
That's totally fine. Why would I think that this requires God?
So now they requires a single being, like basically a single mind. Wait, what kind of a Platonist? Wait, what kind of a Platonist are you? Because I know that
like a mathematical Platonist.
That view mathematics. Yeah, so you're not you don't hold to the concept of divine conceptualism, basically.
Certainly not. I mean, if I was a divine conceptualist, then I would just have to be a theist.
Oh, okay, I see. But I think that is the most attainable position, because
why would I be a divine conceptualist over just a Platonist?
The closest thing that we have that can explain how reality is the mind, the human mind, basically. But
what's the argument? But it's not a literal mind; it's an analogy.
Listen.
Even this argument fails because you're saying that God doesn't literally have a mind; it's an analogy. So why would I think that we would need like this being that defies description?
Yeah, I do say it's an analogy, but you must understand, because I'm saying, basically what I'm saying is that there is it's basically like microcosm and microcosm. You understand? So
I don't understand.
Nature does reflect. It's like a fractal, basically. It's like a fractal also.
Why would I grant that?
My system is okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. You can grant it, but now. But that's how reality works. That's how we can.
What's the argument for that?
Things, or maybe use. My argument is that for you to use examples and analogies, you have to assume and you have to assume reality have a certain structure.
Okay,
it has a certain
I can grant that it has a certain structure. Why would I think that structure requires God?
No,
or that it must
I'm trying to
be like some
to
sort of
that.
like
For
fractal
example,
as opposed to like a thing that just has like a foundation?
Yeah, I'm trying to reveal to you that basically reality is like a fractal. Not even it's like a fractal. It is a fractal, basically. You have multiple patterns repeating. You understand?
But fractals go on infinitely. So why would I think that reality doesn't just go on infinitely then if it's like a fractal? Because if it goes on infinitely, then God's not the grounding of reality. It would just be infinite. It would go down infinitely.
But now infinitely. Okay, before we get now to the theories of infinity and all those type, let's not derail so much. But what I was trying to say is that reality scales up. What we have here in the microcosm, it does scale up. So just like we do have a human mind, it does scale up. So like whatever you put to the highest to be the ground of all reality, basically that would be God.
But if you think it's a fractal, why would I think that it even has like an ultimate foundation? If you think that it just keeps going, that would defy it.
Yeah,
it seems like that would lead to like an infinitism.
But now the foundation that I propose, it is infinity.
Specifically, infinitism is the view that there's just infinite things grounding each other, that, you know, this reality is
Oh, no,
grounded
no, no,
by,
no, no,
or
no,
like, you
no,
know,
no,
this
no. And
material
in that
form
case,
is
nothing
grounded
is
by something.
okay. In that case, nothing
So
is
if it's
grounded
just
and
like a,
nothing,
if it's
even
just like a
nothing is
fractal, then
justified.
why wouldn't I assume that it just keeps going? I think if you reject infinitism, then that would give me a good reason to think that it's not like a fractal.
No, I do believe it's a fractal, but I do think that they do stop somewhere. Because basically, even if in
Then why not
epistemology you
stop
do
just
have to
with
have
the?
some sort of justification, you cannot have an infinite regress, basically.
I don't
So
know
you
if
have to
that's
have,
true, but okay.
yeah. Oh, so you believe that you can have like an infinite regress. In that case, then whatever proposition that you propose is never justified in that case, man.
I think that there's like certain instances where you could have like an infinite regress. So, for example, I don't know if you've read much about epistemology, like the KK problem, where it's a question of, okay, you know something, but like, how do you know that you know that? Do you know that you know that you know it? And do you like know that you
Oh,
know
I
that you
see.
know that you know it? And you can just keep on like iterating through like
Yeah,
claims about
but
like, do
but
you know
but
that?
but
Do you know that? There's like lots of views that will hold that
but
you can
in that
have
case,
like this like
nothing is
infinite
justified there.
knowledge. That's not
But
true.
yeah, it's not. It's okay. I don't know much about modern logic. I haven't read much about it, but I have some knowledge on some ancient church fathers what they teach about epistemology. What
Oop, you're like
they teach
roboting a little
about
bit. Hello?
but yeah, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I guess my network is not. Anyway, basically what I was saying, whatever view that you take on the abstract objects,
Yeah.
you can basically expound it to God, basically.
Why
Because
wouldn't I just think that the abstract objects
they
themselves are the foundation?
because they necessitate an interlocking system where they have to be grounded themselves to
Why?
like to a coherent. So do you think they are coherent, or they are just individual abstract objects and they don't interlink?
Yeah, I think all logically possible abstract objects exist. So I think that they interlink in virtue of not being contradictory. I think that all the ones that are not contradictory exist.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I don't know why I would need God to believe
Yeah.
that.
But the closest thing that you have right now that like is the human mind. The human mind is the most. If you have to, I don't know. Are you a proponent of science? Do you believe in science?
Yeah.
Are you a big
Typically,
proponent of science?
I think science is pretty chill.
Yeah, same. Yeah. So if you have to hypothesize, the closest thing that we have is the human mind. They can interlink all these things. They can house logic. They can house abstract objects and make sense of these.
But God
So
doesn't
would
have
you
one of
think
those.
that He does? Who? Like,
You said
what
that
do you mean?
it's
Because
not
it
literal, that
says
God doesn't
God
literally
is
have a
made in the
mind.
not literal. Yeah, what I'm saying is not literal. I'm
What's
saying
the
it's not
analogy trying to
isomorphically
convey? Like
identical.
typically an analogy has like a shared characteristic. What's the shared characteristic
Exactly.
that
Yeah,
is trying to be
true.
conveyed
Yeah,
when you say
yeah.
God has
So
a mind?
that's my whole point about when I brought up the whole fractal thing that I was trying to say. What we have here, it at the smaller scale, God is basically an infinite amount, billions of, I don't know, x that amount that, understand what we do have here at a smaller scale. God is that at like an infinite scale. You understand that was I'm trying to
No, you kind of, it sounds like
convey.
you want to have it both ways. You both want to be able to make like claims about God, that God is a mind and that God is, like literal
Yeah.
so is God literally analogous? When you say God is a mind, is something about God literally analogous to God having a mind?
What do you mean about literal? Maybe I have. Maybe I'm tripping about.
Yeah, like
on the word
literal
literal,
means like
'cause
you're not
I'm not
using like
saying it,
metaphors, you're just speaking like you're speak it's kind of brute, but it's
not
like you're just speaking in like the
isomorphically
most
identical.
like clear, like
I say not.
non like
For
metaphorical
example,
way.
take okay. I don't know if you have read anything within the philosophy of the, say a model. You have a model. Say maybe I have I make a model of water H2O. I have two little hydrogen balls and then one oxygen ball. That is like a model. And then you have the actual molecule of water. You understand?
Yeah.
So now those two, they share some real characteristics. They are analogous, but one, it is more real than the other.
But
One
God
is,
doesn't
the
even
other
have
one is like a
characteristics in
model.
your view. So how can there be shared characteristics
He
between us and
does.
God?
I just spoke about essence. I just spoke about the
Wait,
actions around
okay,
God.
so God does have
That's what
characteristics?
yes, those are the
Is
those are
God,
the
is
what
God
we call
himself a
energies of
characteristic?
No, he's not.
Oh, I can demonstrate that collapses into a contradiction.
That's why we make a distinction
So,
between the essence and the energy.
but you hold that God is divinely simple, correct?
Yeah, but I think that
Okay.
we do depart from Aristotle. We don't think God is pure act in such a way that we do have a distinction between the energy, the
Yep.
work of God,
No, that's
and
totally fine. Like I understand that you're saying like
okay.
you have like the energies which are like God's effects, and then you have like the actual like God, and you're not saying that the energies are like a part of him, but that these are just like the appearances of his
continuation of
effects.
the true.
Okay.
True.
So God has characteristics. God is identical to anything that he has. Therefore, God is identical to his characteristics.
Wait. It's not a strict identity there.
You don't hold to simplicity?
Yeah, that we don't hold to simplicity according to what Aquinas say. We don't say God is creating, or God is identical to walking on water. Basically, when Jesus walked on water,
So
because
you do think that
is
God
an
is
action of God.
parts.
So there is a distinction there. No, it's not. There's no parts. We reject that view. We reject that distinction leads to division.
Okay, but in actuality, you think that like these are just distinctions in our heads. That in actuality, God is identical
we
to
don't
all of
hold
these
to
things.
score this
Where did
form
the
of
distinctions
distinction.
exist?
Wait, what did you say?
Where did the distinctions exist?
What do you mean? Where does the distinction exist? Because we
So,
believe.
because my understanding of when people want to say
Yeah.
things like, you know, it's like a conceptual distinction, really what they're saying there, oops,
Yeah.
sorry, Molly, I just took it down. Really what they're saying there is something like, you know, we're capable of drawing a distinction in our minds, but that distinction does not actually exist within
does
God.
not exist in
It's not like
reality.
a real
we don't hold
distinction
to
in
that.
God.
We don't hold to that. We hold to a real distinction, but we hold that the distinction
How
does
is that
not
not
lead to division.
parts? It
No,
sounds
it's
like
not
you would
part.
have the part, like, I don't know. For example, it sounds like
you will have to. You will have to demonstrate that distinction leads to division or composition.
well, I'm just asking
we
how would that
reject
not be
premise.
parts? That's kind of the thing that
We
I'm
reject
inquiring
that
about.
premise. We believe
It
that
just sounds like you're describing parts. Like if you have these two things, they're not identical to each other. You have both of them.
That's how it
just kind of
sounds to
like you have
you.
parts.
That's how it sounds to you. That's how it
Is
sounds
that
to
not
you.
how it sounds to you? You don't think that sounds like parts? Having two things that aren't identical to each
we
other?
reject that premise. That is I think that is an Aristotelian category. We reject God as pure act in that way. No,
I'm not claiming that
we
he's
don't
pure
hold to that.
act. Also, he could be pure act and also have parts. You could have multiple pure act parts.
In some sense, we do say he's pure act, but we don't say he is composed.
Do you think? Wait, so you think he has potential?
In some say we do speak of potential in his activity. We do say that because he does not infinitely create, because there are some energies that that do get actualized and then they cease to be, and then there are other energies that like they are from all eternity, like God loving it, like God's love is from all eternity, God's glory is from all eternity, but God creating the world, that is that happens at one point. And
would you agree that a potential is like an unactualized possibility?
Yeah, I would consider that.
Sure, but then it sounds like you're saying like God has contingencies within him.
No, we wouldn't say it's nah. How would that follow?
Yeah, so a contingency is something that's possible but not necessary. So it exists in
Oh,
some possible
yeah.
world, but not in all possible worlds. That's all a contingency is. It's something that could be the case, could not be the case. And if you say that God has potential,
But
then
now God is
you're
the
saying that that's like
but
an
now
unactualized possibility. So it could be the case. That doesn't have to be the. What the fuck is going on with my? Okay, it could be the case.
yeah,
Doesn't have to be the
my phone
case.
my phone might die any minute now. But anyway, what we do, we hold that also God is the ground of all possible worlds. So basically, think of it like this: every single thing that exists and every single category that exists, it originates from God. So even distinction does have to originate, like even the concept of distinction have to originate in God. So there must be a distinction in God. Like every single thing that exists must originate from God. So God has like in his supernatural essence does contain the whole of reality basically.
So
even potential and actuality, yes.
sure. So do you think God literally has unactualized potential?
Unactualized potential. What do you mean? Meaning something that he hasn't done but can possibly do.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, sure. So God has unactualized potential. So God possesses possibility, but also God is the ground of possibility. So God grounds a part of himself.
You know, it's you know, because now this is theology, and the problem about theology because we are using, I don't know, it's like we are using created terms to predicate upon God, but we know that those terms should be like they are the actual thing they were trying to predicate to transcends those things, the actual words and categories that we use. So even though we can say God is love and God is so and so, we know that those things, God grounds love. God is not actually love, but God grounds love. You understand? So even we say God has potential, we do know that
Wait,
he actually grounds
you don't think that
potential. It's
you don't
not
think
like,
that he actually is love? You just think he grounds love?
yeah. We
Okay.
would say God is love in his nature, but we know that it's just one of his energy. You understand?
So
We don't. Yeah.
I feel like this threatens to collapse the state, like all statements that we make about God into meaninglessness. That I just don't know
It's not
what it actually,
meaninglessness. No,
like,
no.
what's
It's
the
not
meaning
meaninglessness.
conveyed by any statement about God?
No. In fact, that argument that you use, we would use to the Muslims because I think Islam does collapse to that because they would. Let's not get into that. But
Sure.
for us, we do agree that there is some actual similarity there. Like the example that I used between a model and an actual thing itself. There is some shared characteristics. In our theology, we say God created human beings in his own image, basically.
Are there any
So
characteristics
there is
that God
an actual
actually
shared
has that we
characteristics.
actually like?
Yes.
Okay, for example, like we have
Yes,
characteristics. Does God have the
he
characteristic of
even
having
took our human nature.
characteristics?
So he even now has the actual thing that we do have, which is our body and soul. So even from the beginning up to the incarnation, meaning God's descent and becoming man, now he even have the actual thing. It's not even like shared characteristics. He have the actual human nature that we
Wait,
do
does God have
have.
the
That's
characteristic
how
of
we are
having
saying.
characteristics? Or does he lack the characteristic of having characteristics? I'm asking like
No.
literally. I'm not asking analogically.
Yeah. Say that
Do
again.
you think God has the
What?
characteristic of having characteristics?
Has the characteristic of having characteristics. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. He has the characteristic of having characteristics.
Like you could
I
truly
think in some
predicate of
sense,
him that he has characteristics.
yeah. I think yes. I think he does allow that. Yes.
Okay, sure. So then we do share some
But
characteristics with God, because
that
it's
does
true of
not.
us as well that we
But
have
he's
the
not limited.
characteristic of having characteristics.
But he's not limited to those characteristics. You must understand, he does transcend those characteristics.
So he transcends himself?
What do you mean he transcends himself?
Because so he has these characteristics and he transcends those characteristics.
No. No. Let me put it like this. He has the characteristics, but when we do describe those characteristics, we describe them in a limited sense. So he transcends what we do describe, but he does have the actual characteristics. But
So he doesn't transcend the characteristics themselves. He transcends our understanding of them.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that, that's more
Sure.
like it.
So then we do share characteristics with God. Like I literally have the characteristic of having characteristics. God literally has the characteristic of having characteristics. So then you would say that we share this characteristic with God.
Yeah, and many more. Yeah, and many
But I would
more
say
will
my
say God have a
characteristics
mind and
exist, but
that's why
God's characteristics don't exist.
What do you mean? God characteristics don't exist?
Because God doesn't exist, remember?
No, that's when we speak about his essence. But when we speak about his energies, those are the characteristics that we speak about. Those are the characteristics, those are the actions, those are the things that we predicate, but we never speak about his essence. So that's why I recommended Saint Dionysius the Areopagite's book on divine names. We call them
do
names.
God's energies literally
that's
exist?
How we name God.
Do you think God's energies literally exist?
Their existence basically is derived from the essence. They are basically, I would say they are the same thing as the essence, though there's a distinction.
They're the same but distinct.
Yeah, they proceed from the essence.
I don't know what to make of the claim that they're the same but distinct.
So for us, something can have a distinction without being composed or having a separation. So that is our main contention with Aristotle and all the Greek philosophers, because we believe that there is a distinction between God's essence and his energies, though those things are basically simple. For us, that is a simple unity.
I just have no idea. I have no clue how to even comprehend the claim that it's the same as his essence but distinct from his essence.
Yeah, because we know that is the exact argument that we do have with the philosophers, even the Roman Catholic with some extension, because they do accept divine simplicity in a way that we would reject. We think that there is an actual real distinction, though we do not think that leads to composition or separation.
Sure. I guess. Okay. What do you think it means to be composed?
To be composed, I would say, basically having different whatness. Because for us, we will say the essence is what the thing is, what makes the thing what it is. So we will say having different whatness.
Would you say that God's energies has the same whatness as his essence?
Basically, being able to be separated from each other. That's composition. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think God's energies have the same whatness as his essence?
Yeah.
Okay. So isn't that just what it means to be identical? I guess, like, what does it even mean for these things to be distinct?
Yes, it does. But yeah, but they are truly distinct.
Multiple things with different whatness. I'm gonna write this down to get clear. So what does it mean for something to be distinct from something else?
Basically, you can tell the difference.
You can tell the difference? I can't tell the difference.
Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know how to word it, but yeah, basically you can distinguish between, like, you can tell the difference. Like there's a certain distinction there.
I can't do that. It doesn't. I have no idea what the distinction is. If something is the same, it doesn't seem like there'd be any distinction other
You
than
know,
one we
I
create in our
think I think I
brains.
think I'm putting a lot on you. Yeah, I know. Like
I'm familiar with all of
we
this,
have
and I've tried to make sense of this,
um,
but I keep on coming back to the
exact.
problem, which is that it just sounds like gibberish. It just seems to commit you to claims that are gibberish, like claims like saying
it might.
God is real, but
Mhm.
like, do you think God is literally real?
No. Go. Yeah.
Okay, so
He,
God is
he's really
literally real, but he doesn't
not
literally
in.
exist,
But listen.
and
He
that
is really real, but
his
not in the same.
energies are
In the same
distinct, really
existence that.
distinct from his essence, but
Yes.
they're also the same.
Yes. Yeah. Totally.
I don't know, like it just bottoms out and stuff like this. Both of those claims sound like direct contradictions. Like,
Do you think? Okay. The man, how can you know? These things they take years to trying to understand. We have monks that try to understand this, so I know we cannot hash all this, like the whole of
Sure.
Christian history and the whole of its metaphysics in just a session in YouTube. But I would say I'm trying to give my best analogies here. I'm not even like a qualified like monk or anything. I'm just giving like my 2 cents here.
that's okay.
But
Well,
I
hey,
would
I'm
say
probably
this.
gonna
Say, for
wait.
example,
Oops, sorry. I'm probably moving on to
think
I'm probably moving on to the next one at this point. Let's read some supers. VLK, thanks so much for the super chat. I am not forgiving you for saying Erosi. There's no need to be forgiven. There was no crime. Mr. Peiko, thanks so much for the super chat. This is exclusively for that excellent portmantussie. YouTube desperately wants me to censor that earlier. The Discord is in revolt about it, but I'm a man of taste. Well, to the Discord, I say, another banger into their earrussies. Joe White, thanks so much for the super chat. What does exist mean in the phrase abstract arguments exist? Just that they have being. To me, existence is the same thing as being. Existence means the same thing as real, means the same thing as being. Like these things basically just all mean the same. I don't draw a distinction between these. These things are the same to me. Hayden Walton, thanks so much for the super chat. Appeals to mystery aren't arguments. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one because I've been evilly making people wait. Hey, how's it going?
Wait, am I actually in the call?
Yeah.
Yay. So wait, how do we start?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Yep. And what religion?
Muslim.
Okay, what makes you think God exists?
We can go about this like two ways. It depends, like, what you prefer. I'll let you know this now. I'm not very well versed with the philosophy of things. I don't
That's
want to go
okay.
into like theology proper.
That's okay.
We can either go into scripture, like if you believe in like sort of what we, like prophecy, or we can go into, I guess, like do you believe in an independent mover? Like the
It depends
concept?
what type of like motion you're talking about. Like if by that you mean, is there like some sort of unchanged changer at the start of like a series of change? I don't think that exists. I think change must have always existed, because for it to go from non-existing to existing would itself be a change. So there would be a change before the first change, if that makes any sense.
Then how do you avoid like an infinite regression?
I hold to infinite regress for specifically like change.
That can't be. You can't say that.
Why not?
I don't think that's possible.
Why? What would be the problem
Because
with that?
infinite regression already assumes that you wouldn't end up here.
I don't think
So
that
you
follows.
can't just say it only applies to this, but it doesn't apply to that. I think infinite regression applies to everything.
I don't think that follows. For example,
Why does-
you would
yeah,
hold that
okay.
there's an infinite regress of numbers, but it doesn't follow from the fact that there are an infinite regress of numbers that therefore everything is an infinite regress.
I don't think that analogy even fully applies either. I can't exactly put my finger on it. I don't think that analogy applies.
Mm.
There is definitely an analogy breaker there. I don't want to go into philosophy.
That's
I
okay.
told
That's
you why I
okay.
don't
Yeah,
want to.
we can set
I'm
that
happy to
aside.
change this argument.
No, that's
You
totally
mentioned
fine.
you mentioned the whole like sorry, I don't know. I was paying attention, I swear.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's quite late here. I'm in the UK. You mentioned the whole thing where is God in time or outside? Did he create time?
Yeah.
Did you fully write it out? I was looking at your notepad. Is that the full argument?
I
or
can
is there
let me specifically formulate it correctly. But yeah, I can totally write that out.
Please do.
Or actually, wait, yeah, sure, okay. Let me specify just to make it valid in form. Either God is
Mhm.
always creating time, or not always creating time. If God is always
Mhm.
creating time, then time always exists. If time always exists, then God never created it. If God is not always creating time, then God changes from not creating to creating. If God changes, then he's in time. If God's in time, then he didn't create time. Therefore, God did not create time.
I really like that argument, actually. I don't think I've ever heard that argument before. I quite like it.
Yeah, it's
I will say there is one thing that
yep.
we do have to like elaborate on. The time. Define time here. What is actually time here?
Sure. So there's gosh, I'm going back and forth on this.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably define time as the dimension along which change is possible.
Okay, what stops me from just saying that God does not create time, but rather time is dependent on God as an independent mover? Skip that. Just it's dependent on God.
Sure. So you'd just be saying at that point that God didn't create time, but rather that it's just grounded in God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that takes away the ability for God to freely create.
Wait, how does it take away from his ability to create?
Yeah, because if time exists, then space exists, and space, all points of space exist at every point in time. All points of time exist at every point in space or point of space. That means
Okay,
that
there's a physics equation here that we need to look at. I don't think that applies.
no, there's a physics equation that we need to look at that actually demonstrates like kind of that exact point. Or I don't know if there's like an equation, but that is like the view of relativity that, namely, every single point in space exists at every single point of time, and vice versa.
Okay, define space then.
I'm gonna hold
Again, I'm
that
sorry,
space
this
is like
sounds horrible.
space is the dimension along which extension is possible.
Wait, what do you mean extension?
It's gonna be pretty brute.
I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Are
like
we talking about like actual like space as in actual
like like some sort of like physical extension.
And what's the relationship between that and time?
That you can't have
Sorry.
space without time, and you can't have time without space, because in order to have any point in time, it's going to include every point of space. In order to have any point of space, it's going to include every point of time.
Okay, then what stops me from saying that God didn't create space either?
Because at that
Or
point,
rather, it also depends on God.
At that point, you lose the ability to say, because there's, I don't know, there's like good arguments that you could make that would result in the conclusion that everything reduces purely to space-time. This is the super substantivalist position, and it enjoys pretty generous support from things like quantum field theory. So at that point, you just kind of, I think that, I suspect the problem that you're going to run into is that the universe just emanates out of God, and it's not some sort of like free act of creation. He just kind of necessitates it.
Yeah, well, I do believe, according to my God's attributes, which I, through the Quran, he is attributed as being the sustainer. All creation depends on him. But rather, so anything he creates must depend on him, and therefore, ever since creation has existed, he has continued creating. But I would argue potentially there was a point where he didn't create something, and maybe he's not always creating, if that does make sense.
Oh,
but ever since he started creating, he has not stopped.
So, okay, that runs into a problem too.
Okay.
So if what you're saying is that God goes from not emanating time to emanating time.
No, he's not emanating time and space. He's not creating those. I told you it's dependent on him, but he's not creating them.
Yes, but does he ever exist without them?
No.
Oh, okay, sure.
At no point has he ever existed without time and space.
Yes,
in perpetuity.
Yes.
So they're all
that
around.
just means the universe always existed then.
No, the universe is an actual creation.
Because if space-time exists, I mean, space-time are like the fundamental substance of the universe.
Yeah, because the substance of the universe, there was a specific point in time where they didn't exist, and they exist now. Everything in our observable universe didn't exist at some point. So I would argue that no, universe did not always exist.
No, but the fundamental
But God and
substance
time and
then,
space did.
yeah, the fundamental substance that constitutes the universe is just space-time. So if space-time always existed, then that means
I disagree. I
with
think
what part of that?
space-time, I think substances in the universe exist within space-time, but the space-time is not dependent on the substances in the universe.
Oh wait,
Like,
sorry.
for example, think of it this way.
Say that one more time.
So space-time always existed. Universe is simply inside it.
Space-time
So
always
it's not
existed.
that space-time is
universe
dependent on the
simply
universe.
existed. Okay.
Yeah, like it's like a box, and then the universe is simply inside it. That box could have existed. That thing doesn't have to be in the box for the box to exist. It could have existed beforehand.
Yep, sure. So the problem that you're going to run into with this is that there's lots of good arguments in favor of a position called supersubstantivalism, which just holds that all of the material objects just reduce down to properties in specific regions of space-time. For example, quantum field theory basically directly commits you. So first of all, quantum field theory has overwhelming amounts of evidence for it. It's literally, there's never been anything other than successful predictions that come out of quantum field theory. And it holds that there are, basically what it posits is that there are these fields and that there's a value that corresponds to literally every point in this field. These are going to be like properties that are intrinsic to, like, even if it's at the minimum value, it's still present at all points in space and all points in time, which means that you're just going to end up committing yourself to the view that these fields also always existed. And at that point, if you have the fields, well, that just is the universe.
See, this is where I can just say, oh, obviously, I'm not very well versed with quantum space theory. I'm literally like a dental clinician. I don't have the time. But all I can say is that, you know, anything that we can observe and we can measure is not what I'm referring to. I'm saying space-time is outside the universe, and therefore it's immeasurable because it's not within the observable universe.
So you think
you could say quantum space theory.
I must have misheard you.
Yeah, it's a box. Like space-time, it's the box. The universe is inside.
You don't think we can measure time?
No. Space-time as an actual field from its existence, like, well, it's always existed. I don't think you can measure like the fields you're referring to outside of our universe.
Oh, I mean, I if the claim is just that there aren't like quantum fields outside of our universe, I agree with that. I'm not sure. What do we disagree with? I'm not sure.
Okay, see,
like,
this is where I think we're both lost here.
Yeah, okay, I can,
you know what?
I can remake the
skip the philosophy. We're not going to get.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Also, gosh, just as an aside, you know, a dental student or like a dental assistant in the UK, you must have your work cut out for you.
I'm not a dental assistant. I'm a like actual. Well, I guess I'm not a dentist yet, but
Sure, yeah, you must have your.
Oh wait,
a
you're saying
dentist
because
in
we
the
have like
UK
bad teeth?
Yeah.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know that's like it's like an old meme. My understanding is that they actually have like about the same teeth as the United States now.
I've never been to the US, so I couldn't confirm that. But I mean, to be fair, I see people with bad teeth because they usually show up to see me because they have bad teeth. So it's kind of like I'm only going to see the worst cases. I'm not going to see the average person.
Sure, that makes sense. That's interesting. Wait, you have like an American accent, or maybe like
I was. Yeah. I mean, you're never going to be able to guess this, but I was born in the UAE, and they teach American English there.
Okay, that makes sense.
When I moved here, it weirds everyone out. My patients always they always mention that.
Sure, it's fun.
It is, yeah. So okay, well, how well versed are you with
I'm sorry. I'm like totally okay. We'll talk about the Quran in just a second. But if you ever came to America, people wouldn't even. Well, okay, they might.
I look very Arab. I think
that's the problem you're gonna run into. People are gonna think that you're like an American Arab. Yeah. So you'll run into like problems for being Arab, but not even problems for being like foreign born.
Weirdly enough, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sure. But the Quran, yeah. What about it?
How well versed are you with the actual like Islamic literature? I don't want to because I feel like it's an unfair if I like.
Gosh, I'm not versed in it, but my friend Ems here is.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I feel like I recognize that name. I may have spoken to them at some point, you know. I've only downloaded TikTok like one other time. I usually delete it. I just like to speak to people about this every once in a while.
Sure. Hopefully good interaction.
So, okay, well, what is your argument against like the Roman prophecy?
The Roman prophecy didn't happen.
Okay, give me evidence.
Ian, could you read the tafsir of...
I have spoken to this guy, man. He literally lies. I've caught this guy lying before.
Sure, could you show me how I lied? Go ahead.
No, this is a long time ago. I think I watched you debate, like, who was it? The Orthodox?
I've only spoken to the Orthodox like once.
It's either him or Dean. It's one of those two. You've lied about something.
Yeah,
Dean.
I've spoken to who's Dean?
Yeah, I think it was there where I heard you
Who's
lie about
Dean?
something. The Dean show, bro. Dean,
I've
know
never
him.
been on the Dean show, no.
Oh, really?
I don't even
Then
know
it must have been
what that is.
Orthodox. It's one of those two. It can't be anyone
I've
else.
spoken to the Orthodox once about me thinking that I mistakenly misunderstood him as saying something he didn't say. And that was it.
Oh, maybe that's why I thought you lied.
It was in reference to him saying something that he shouldn't have said to a woman, and I misunderstood it to be something even worse. That's all.
Ah, okay. No,
So
it was something regarding Scripture. It was definitely something regarding
We haven't
Scripture.
discussed Scripture before.
You absolutely have. You've discussed
We
it with someone that
haven't.
I've seen.
Not with the Orthodox Muslim.
And I specifically remember you because of your accent. So I'm definitely right on this. You have definitely spoken to someone that I've seen, and I've seen you lie about
Sure,
Scripture.
somebody, but not the
I'm sorry, but
Orthodox Muslim
I don't
that
class
haven't
you
lied.
as reliable.
Sure.
Okay, well, I mean, we can
you're
just
not a
evaluate
reliable
the facts themselves, certainly.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, go to a room 4 and then just read the tafsir.
You're going to need to help me with spelling there.
Brother, I'm on my
AL?
phone, and I'm not even in my house.
No, wait, it's
Just,
okay. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
It is A-L-L.
A-M-L?
A-L. Room. R-U-M.
El-Rum?
4. And then open the tafsir.
Yep. Okay.
And then just read where it says Abu Bakr, just control F, and then where it says 5 years, and then just read from that.
Okay. 5 years. Okay, sure. They will certainly prevail. Abu Bakr mentions this to the idolaters, and they said, set a time limit for that, and if we prevail, we will get such and such, and if you prevail, you will get such and such. So we set a limit of 5 years, and they, the Romans, did not prevail. Abu Bakr mentions that to the messenger of Allah, and he said, why do you not make it less than? The narrator think he meant less than 10.
See, like the first prophecy, which was 5 years, it failed with the idolaters, and then the
prophecy was
"Why do you
never
not make
5
it less?"
years.
It was Bid'u Sinin, and then the idolaters told him, well,
It was
a
3 to
few
9.
years, sure. Again, it wasn't 3 to 9, it was Bid'u Sinin, and
What
Bid'u just
does
means a
that
few.
mean?
Bid'u just means a few, and just read what is on the screen.
No, it is 3 to
asked
9.
him,
Oh, wait,
oh,
let me,
really? So the word Bid'u means 3 to 9.
No. But the tafsir and the understanding of it was always 3 to 9.
Sure, could you read? Then why did the idolaters ask him to set a time?
Because obviously, if you're going to set a bet, you're going to be like, give us a time.
Sure.
I think that's
and
like a
why,
logical thing.
Sure. If the word implies and it is understood to mean 3 to 9, then
always
why
been
would
3
they
to 9,
need?
yeah.
Why would they need clarification?
Wait, what do you mean clarification?
Oh,
do you mean why didn't they just cast it between 3 and 9?
No, they asked him set a time limit.
Yeah. So why didn't he just say 3 and 9 is what you're asking?
Yeah, he said 5 years.
He said 5 years.
And then
Well,
when
I mean,
that failed, the prophet said, so why don't you make it less than 10?
yeah, because that's the logical thing. It's more likely they just probably said no.
No,
Like, obviously, they're going to be like, I don't want to
They
wait
agreed.
3 to 9 years.
No, they agreed. They agreed to 5.
3 to 9. They agreed
They
3
agreed
to
to
9.
5. Sure, show me
No,
where.
no,
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying, why
Show
did
me
they
where.
not
Show
agree
me
to
where.
more?
Show me where.
What do you mean, show me where?
Show
I'm
me
just
where.
saying it's
It is on the
logic.
screen. It is on the screen.
Oh, wait, let me.
Where did they agree to 3 to 9?
Brother,
agreed
they
to
decided 5 years. That's it. Like, what do you want me to say? They decided 5
Yes,
years,
and
but
that
it's 3 to
failed.
9. Just
No, they-
because it failed 5 years does not mean it's not 3 to 9. Obviously, the 9 years have
Oh,
not
really?
passed.
Then
Yes,
why did
the
he set
9
it to
years have
5?
not passed.
Why did he set it to 5?
Brother, was I
Why
there
did he
when
set
they
it
were
to 5?
gambling? Was I there when they were
Sure.
gambling? Why would
So
I
why would he
care
set it
he
to
set it to
5?
5?
If it's a clear
They're not
prophecy, why would he
related.
set it to
Those
5?
two things are not related. The Quran
really?
and the Abu Bakr and the Quran are not related. If he decides to make a gamble of 5 years and it says 3 to 9, it's 3 to 9.
He's referencing the prophet.
Yes, he's referencing it, but he didn't make the gamble at 3 to 9, did he?
He did at 5, and then
Did he
made
say
it
3
at
to
10.
9? Was
He
it
said at
9
5.
years? Was the gamble at 9 years?
The verse does not reference 3 to 9.
You're being disingenuous, my brother.
No, I'm not. You're just stupid.
You were being very disingenuous. 5
No,
does
you're
not
just
equal
stupid.
9.
Exactly.
Okay, wait, ad
exactly.
hominem? What?
Exactly.
I never called you stupid, man.
Like, sure. I didn't say you're wrong because you're stupid. I said you're being stupid.
No, but I'm not.
No,
5
again.
does not equal 9. You're wrong.
Exactly. Now, again,
Yes,
could you
he
read what
didn't
is on
say
the screen?
9. He just chose
Ian,
not to say 9.
Ian, are you understanding the problem here?
No, I don't even understand what the prophecy
Okay,
is.
so-
Frankly,
You're disingenuous, so I'll explain it, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong.
The Romans, just a second. The prophecy
No,
is that the Romans
okay.
got beat, and then after their defeat, they're going to prevail in a few years. And then Abu Bakr, when he brought this prophecy up to the idolaters, they said to him, set a time limit. And then he set a time limit for 5 years. And then it didn't happen. Then we went to the prophet and said, I set a time limit with the idolaters at 5 years, and it didn't happen. So he said, why don't you make it 10?
Okay. So the prophecy
no, that's
is...
not even what you said. You said, why didn't you make it
That
less
is what I
than
said.
10? No. When you were speaking to me, you said, why didn't you make it less than 10? Now
That
you're
is-
saying it's
no,
10.
that is the-
who's
that
the
is
the
what
prophet never
originator of
said
the
10 years.
prophecy?
That's
That is what the prophet
disingenuous.
Where can I see the original
That is-
prophecy?
Okay, you are definitely, bro, you are definitely disingenuous, man.
No,
You're changing your
Habibi,
argument
I
as we're
didn't. You just
speaking.
didn't understand. You just
Brother,
didn't understand.
No, first of all, you called me
Who
stupid.
said?
Second of all, you're
You are
changing the
stupid,
argument
yes.
as we speak.
I didn't.
You just
How
changed
did
it
I change
again.
it? How did I change it? Go
You
ahead.
said no. When you were speaking to me, you said, why didn't you make it less than 10 years? And now when you told him, you said, why didn't you make it 10
Again, that
years?
is what the prophet said.
You
That is
added a
verbatim
year
what the
to...
prophet
No.
said.
You said, why
Ian,
didn't you
could you
make it
just read
less
it?
than?
You
Could
want me
you
to read
just
the
read
same
it?
section?
Where he
Yep.
said, why don't you make it less?
Okay. Abu Bakr mentioned this to the idolaters and said to them, set a time limit for that, and if we prevail, we will get such and such, and if you prevail, you will get such and such. So he set a limit of 5 years, and they, the Romans, did not prevail. Abu Bakr mentioned that the messenger of Allah, and he said, why do you not make it less than? I, the narrator,
Exactly.
think he meant less than 10. Oh, sure. So Muhammad was like,
I'm referencing it.
so Abu Bakr is saying that Muhammad meant like even less, that they would lose even less time.
So
He
he
meant
made a
like less
gamble
than
saying
10.
that it would be by 5 years. Muhammad
He
later,
says-
peace be upon him, later then tells him, why didn't you make it less than 10? As in 9, as in 3 to 9 years.
Sure. But
But
that is
let's
after the
just
5
say-
failed. That is after the
Okay,
5 failed.
that, first of all, did the
Why would he
Romans
set it to
actually...
5?
Did the
I know
Romans
they didn't.
succeed? Did
No,
the
they
Romans
didn't.
succeed?
No, they didn't.
No, not within the 5 years.
No,
Did
they
they
didn't.
actually succeed?
I know they
Within the
didn't.
3 and 9?
Show me which battle this is talking about.
Well, I'm not a historian. I've looked it up.
Sure.
I'm not going to have it
Do you
off the
know,
back
do
of
you
my
know
mind.
when? Sure. Do you know when this specific prophecy was revealed, quote unquote? In 615.
Sorry,
So
would you like me to
have from
look it up for you?
615 From 615 till 623.
Well,
Could
first
you
of all,
tell me
let's
which battle
elaborate. What do we
Which battle
class?
happened in the lowest of the land?
Brother, what do we class as the Romans coming back? We first have to establish that. What do we
It's a
class as
battle
them
that's
winning?
it's a battle in which the Romans have won.
No, it's not referring to a singular battle. That's insane. I'm
really?
saying the prophecy for it to come true. What do we say that what has to happen for us to say yes, the Romans won?
I'm
What are
gonna
we gonna
give you
agree on?
a singular battle between 1615 to
No.
1623.
I'm asking
in the
for definition.
specific
We're trying
area
to
that it's
define
at.
something.
I'm,
No, we're trying
I'm
to
making
define
it very
something.
generous. I'm making it very generous.
We're
I'm
trying to
saying
define
a singular
parameters
battle.
here.
Find me a singular battle.
What do we class as a
Okay.
winning battle? You're
Sure,
not
in which the
listening.
Romans won.
How do we? Okay, brother. What
The Romans
the
won
Quran
and
is
the
referring
the
to?
Persians went away. That's
Brother,
enough.
listen to my argument. Stop cutting me off. You don't even know what I'm talking about at this
Go
point.
ahead.
So you want to interrupt?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm saying when you set parameters, what do we class as the Romans winning? What do they have to physically has to happen? Because obviously winning one battle is not what the Quran is referring to.
Sure, but I'm being generous. I'm saying just a singular battle. Find me a singular battle.
You're not answering my
615.
question. You're not answering my question. For me to
Okay.
find a single battle, what are we
Sure.
classing as the Romans winning in the context of the Quran?
Meaning that they have prevailed in a singular battle.
No, that's
By
not what
that-
it means. That's
No,
not.
no, I'm
read
being
the
generous.
tafsir.
I'm being
That's not what it
generous.
means.
I read the tafsir, and it doesn't say what you said, because you don't even know what the tafsir says.
No, it means literally crushing the Persians. That's
Oh, really?
literally what it
Sure,
means.
sure. Now show me between 615 to 623 in which they crushed the Romans in the area that the Quran said that they were going to crush them.
Brother, do you
Which
want me
is
to
Asfal
look it up? What do you think? I'm a historian? Do you want me
Go
to
ahead
look
and
it
look
up?
it up. It wouldn't exist. Go ahead.
Fine, I'll look it up. Give me.
The battle just simply doesn't exist. The Romans lost in 628, which is 13 years after. I mean, they won 13 years after, not 3 to 9.
Wait, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
When did you say the battle took place?
There is no specific battle. It's an entire war. The war was won by the Romans 13 years later, not 9.
No, a specific war is mentioned.
Sure.
Byzantine Sasanian War.
The war ended in 628. And the prophecy
Okay.
was given in 615.
Wait, sorry. Again, what are we classing as the Romans winning? See, that's why I asked it initially.
Again, I'm being very generous, Ian.
Then they did win a
wait,
war.
Wait. They won a war 13 years later, so it doesn't count. Number one. Number two, Ian, if I tell him that I'm just looking for a singular battle in which they won, between the time frame that they asked in the geographical area that they mentioned, I'm being more generous than saying, tell me where they won the war.
Yeah, because presumably the skeptical interpretation of this verse is to say, well, when did they lose the entire war? Which looks like way after.
So, yes, it would be 13 years after. And I'm asking him, the Quran mentions that they're going to win in a specific geographical area, which is around the Levant, specifically around the Dead Sea, or it could even being generous, extending it outwards from the Dead Sea. And you cannot find a singular battle between the time of 615 to 623 in which the Romans beat the Persians in that area. So what are you talking about? And even then, the fact that, again, your companions and your prophet set a time limit of 5 years and that failed, then they doubled the time.
No, the 5 years does not count. That's not part of your argument, brother.
Okay,
don't be disingenuous there.
I'm not being disingenuous. Why would they set it at 5 and then double it then?
Even double
if
it.
I give you a prophecy, if I say that so-and-so is going to win the White House in 10 years, and then it doesn't happen, and then I say, sure, then make it 18 years, and then it does happen, then I failed the first prophecy.
By the way, the Roman emperor did in fact turn around the lost land within the 3 to 9 years.
Sure.
The land they lost to the Persians.
Which battle and which land?
It coincides with the time of the Battle of Badr.
Which battle and which battle?
It coincides with the time of the Battle of Badr.
Battle of
Brother,
is it BADR?
Badr is literally just a random battle in
it coincides
Arabia.
with the same time. It's the same time frame.
It's in Arabia. This is not
it's in
nothing to do with the
Arabia.
Romans.
I'm
and the
saying
Persians.
it's the same time, brother. Same time. I didn't say same place, same
What is the name of the battle then?
Brother, okay. Yeah, like I'm telling you the time frame. You know the time.
I don't care about the time frame. Tell me the battle. Where
Brother,
is the
they got
battle
their
where?
lands back. There you go. If you look at the lands they took
What
and they
lands?
retreat.
What lands? What lands? Go ahead. Because this is specifically talking about the area around the Dead Sea. So where did the Romans beat the Persians around the Dead Sea between 615 to 623?
Northern Mesopotamia. There you go.
Sure, that doesn't reference the area which is mentioned in the Quran.
Yeah, now
The
you're
Quran
just adding more things to it, man. I gave you an area. It's like, oh, I'm being very generous, and then I give you one. Now you're not. You're disingenuous.
Ian, where it says they're going to beat them in the nearest land. Do you know what this is referring to?
No, what's it referring to?
It's referring to the Levant.
Wait, this is in Saudi Arabia. Like
just Israel, Palestine.
Yeah, no, but Badr, that location is in Saudi Arabia.
No. I mean, I didn't say it was the Battle of Badr. I'm saying it's the same time frame as the Battle of Badr when that occurred. I'm not saying.
But what's
it's
the
actual
battle? So what's the battle that they lost?
So they lost a separate battle against the Byzantine. Sorry?
What is it named?
Brother, I'm not a historian. I don't know what it's called.
Sure, could you find it? Go and Google it.
Fine.
What is it called? So this has to be a battle in the Levant that has happened between 615 to 623 in which the Persians lost. And there is no such battle.
I actually think that would be really interesting if there is no such battle, because then at that point it would become an argument against the truth of Islam.
For sure. And the fact alone that they chose 5 years and that failed, and then they doubled it, or almost doubled it to 9. That also tells you.
Wait, the Battle of Nineveh.
Nineveh, sure. Could you look it up and tell me the year?
Yep. Battle
and where it was and where it happened.
Nineveh. Looks to be. This is from the Byzantine Sasanian War, mid-September 627.
627. So that would be 12 years after. So not 3 to 9.
And oh wait, fuck! God, I'm gonna embarrass myself.
No, but that's not
with
when
my
they
lack
reversed
of,
the actual
my lack
losses.
of
That's when
Middle
they finally
Eastern
defeated the Persians.
Sure. Then find me the singular battle or the event that happened.
So are you saying that no battles occurred in between the two events?
No battle happened.
So wait, no.
Let me finish my sentence.
You've made a massive mistake there.
No, I didn't. Let me finish my sentence.
So you're telling me they went from losing land to fighting one battle and winning?
Yeah, finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. There is not a singular battle that happened in the area that is mentioned in the Quran between 615 to 623 in which the Romans beat the Persians. Go ahead.
Okay, but my argument isn't even that. You didn't even listen to me. I'm saying
then you're
saying that there is no
Quran.
battle. Can I please finish?
Go ahead.
I get it that you're disingenuous, but at least let me finish, brother.
I get you're dumb. Go ahead.
You called
continue.
me? Okay. See this? Okay, man. You're making me look very cordial, and that's rare, man.
Which is surprising for a Muslim, but go ahead.
Okay. Very atheist of you, if I don't mind. Anyways, the point is, you're suggesting that there was no battles that were happening when they lost their land to the Persians, which is a known fact. They did lose their land.
Okay.
And then they just suddenly won a war at 627 and it reversed everything?
Sure.
No, that's not how it works.
Ian, is that what I said?
Wait, sir, okay, repeat back.
You're saying no battles happened. That's your
What did I
statement.
say?
There's no
Is that
battles
what I
that
said?
happened.
There's no
Wait, so
battles
my
in the
statement
Levant
was no battle
in
happened.
this specific time period wherein...
In this area.
Yeah, we're
so
in the Roman...
you would be
And by the
suggesting
way,
that nothing...
the battle that you cited didn't even happen. That battle happened in Iraq, which... And I'm not like a Middle
I
East
said the time that
geography
coincides it. I didn't
expert,
say it
but
was
I
a
think that
specific
falls
battle.
outside of the Levant. I could be wrong.
No, I'm not... Again, the Battle of Badr is not referring
he's
to
not talking
location.
About Badr. He's
I'm not
talking about
talking
the
about
one
that.
you mentioned in 227.
No, yeah. No, I'm talking about that one too, Nineveh. They invaded Sasanian Mesopotamia.
Which is not the location mentioned in the Quran, which is the nearest land.
No, that's not... But again, you've just changed the
What
goalposts
is?
again.
I didn't. I'm literally
When
just
I
taking the
said
verse at
that
face
they
value.
reversed it, obviously there's battles in between that took place.
Sure,
Any logic
find me the
would
name of the
dictate this.
battle.
There's no
Find me the
war.
name of the battle. Find me the name
Why
of
does
the
it
battle.
matter that there's a name for the battle? There's many
Because it
wars that
didn't
took
happen.
place.
It didn't
No,
happen.
because it specifically stated that
It
many
simply
wars
didn't
took
happen.
place.
Sure, it didn't
Are
happen.
you in...
but
Okay,
there
okay,
was,
okay. So
again,
what's more logical? What's
Could
more
you
logical?
calm down and actually
No battle
understand
took...
what is being said? Because that is
I
not
know,
what is
you're
being
saying...
said. No.
You're saying because... You're saying because there's no name...
You're simply confused. You're simply confused.
No, I'm not. You're
You
just
really are confused.
disingenuous.
No,
You're
you're
just
simply confused.
disingenuous. You're
You're simply
gaslighting.
confused. I'm not. You're just dumb again.
You literally are.
Again, you're simply just dumb. Again, Ian.
Can
I'm
I just
gonna
finish my
talk to you.
statement?
I know you're not going to finish it. Ian,
Brother, call me dumb
could
all you
put-
want. You're
could you
still
put,
like...
could you put the
You're
verse
not
on the
proving your
screen?
point.
The verse, the 34?
Just put the verse on the screen.
Yep, within 3 to 9 years, the whole matter rests with Allah before and after victory, and on that day, the
Could
believers
you
will rejoice.
open up the entire chapter?
Sure, yeah, happy to.
And can we read it verse by verse?
Yeah. I'm not even gonna fucking try.
Alif Lam Mim. The
Yeah,
Romans
don't.
have been defeated
The Romans have been
in a
defeated
nearby land.
in a nearby land. Oh, sorry. Wait, you want to read? Yeah, you can read.
In a nearby land. Yet following their defeat, they will triumph. Where is this battle that they lost in the nearby land? And which battle did they win in 3 to 9 years from that area, from that time?
Well,
Go ahead
first
and
of
find
all, let us establish actual parameters because you refuse to do it this whole time. You've been dodging
I
that
did,
the
but
whole
you're just
time.
not listening.
No, you didn't. No, you
I
didn't.
did. Literally,
Stop
everybody
gaslighting.
heard
Let me continue.
giving you parameters of date and time.
No, you
and
didn't.
location.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Basically, are you saying that because it wasn't recorded, it doesn't count? Is
Sure,
that your
because you'd
point?
have to prove that it happened. So yes.
Well, certainly the
proof is
prophecy
just
isn't
logical. If
fulfilled.
they end up reversing, because you have to know that even within the logs of the Romans, they believed they were losing. That's historically accurate. They believed
sure.
they were losing the war to the Persians, and you can't deny
sure.
that. That's fact.
Sure, let's say so.
Are you trying to say that they just all of
sure.
a sudden,
Let's say
within
so.
the
The
3 to 9
problem-
period,
the
from
problem-
this, can I
The
continue?
problem,
I haven't even
no,
finished
you
my
can't
argument.
because you're being silly
What-
again.
I
You're
haven't
simply
finished
just
my
being
argument.
silly. You're being silly again.
What part was
3
silly?
to 9 again. Just because, let's say that they regained the land 200 years later, and that fulfills the part of the prophecy in which they regained the land. The problem is that they've given a time frame 3 to 9 years. Where did this victory
You
happen?
put the 200 years out of nowhere. I didn't say it happened after the 200 years. You just randomly
It's an
pulled a number
example.
out of
It's
nowhere.
arbitrary. It's an
Yeah,
example.
your number is arbitrary. You just
It's an
completely
example.
ran
It's an
over my
example.
argument for no reason. You just jumped right over it. You didn't even apply anything to it.
Why are you panicking?
I'm not panicking. I'm saying you're
You
disingenuous.
could just simply talk calmer and try to understand what is being said.
Brother,
Again,
you
what
call
is
me
being said
stupid
is,
every 3
again,
minutes. I
because
don't
you are
think you're
stupid.
calm.
You're simply just
You're-
being stupid.
Okay, Ian, with
I'm
all
not
due
being
respect,
angry.
I like
You're just
you,
being stupid.
but I really refuse to speak to this guy. He is
Okay.
very disingenuous.
Well,
As I've mentioned before, I've heard him speak to before,
Yeah.
like to another person, and he's pretty much
Find the
always
lie.
lies.
Find the lie. Go ahead.
Brother, I'm not going to go
So-
through
Find the lie.
300 videos that I've watched of theology proper.
So
just
there's
to,
one
like,
thing that
talk
makes
to
me
you
think that Ems isn't lying, which is that, I mean, if Ems were lying, I guess I would think I'd see him like losing debates. Like, I guess I'd expect to see like some Muslim who's like really well read up come on the panel from time to time and just like crush him in like a
He has
chain of
lost. I've seen him
contradictions.
lose.
I've only
I've had
lost
him
in
on my
philosophy
panel
to
like
Batman.
like a ton of
Brother,
times.
you've
I've
lost
never
to
seen
Orthodox
him
Muslim. Be quiet, man.
lose on
Nope.
something like the Quran.
I recall you losing.
I recall you losing to to some random person.
Very atheist of you, man. Yeah, just randomly insult me for no reason.
Yes. Again, I don't know you. How did I insult you? I said I recall you losing.
You called me stupid like 20 times ago.
Yeah.
And you were about to say something really bad, and then you changed your mind because you were like, actually, people are going to think really badly of me there.
What?
Yeah, I saw you losing. You were going to say something really bad there.
What was I going to say? No.
Obviously, you intended on you because you quickly like backtracked it. I heard that in your voice.
I was just going to try to.
Hey, if anyone heard that, they would know that you just backtracked on that.
No.
It's very obvious.
I was going to name a random person.
It's fine. I don't mean an ill will to you. I don't really care about what happens to you in the end because we don't know each other.
Okay.
The point is, I refuse to speak to you. I think you're very disingenuous, and to be respectful,
and how was
you're
I being
very
disingenuous? Go ahead. And how was I being
disingenuous? You refuse to acknowledge my argument. There you go.
What is your argument? Go ahead.
I'm not going over this again because you're just going to refuse to acknowledge it again. You've did it twice. Like, what's the point? And every time I call you out on it, you just call me stupid.
How about this? We can just talk to Ian separately.
Well, I don't want to be like the fucking. I don't want to be like the divorcee child.
Yeah, fair actually.
Listen. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on up here. Thanks so much for being here.
I'll explain to you though. The problem is that again, he's telling you that there's a battle that happened in a different location than the Quran prophesizes. That happened 13 years later, so 4 years after the time limit.
No, I understand.
In a different area.
Yeah, I track.
Of course, we're going to talk about the time. Of course, we're going to talk about the time period that the Quran mentions, and the Quran doesn't mention a time period. It says a few years. And if a few years meant 3 to 9, then the idolaters should not have had to ask Abu Bakr how long that would be. And they asked him, what does a few years mean? And he said 5 years. That didn't happen.
Is it like another instance of like the Quran.com is translating it very particularly?
Yeah, so it's in Arabic it just says a few years.
Yeah, okay. I think it's strange to translate a few years as being 3 to 9. I wouldn't consider 9 years to be a few years.
So the argument is more like 2 is not a few, and 10 is too much.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm probably ending stream soon, but let me read some supers. Josh Taylor thinks, much super chat. What if God's relation to time is the same as his relation to logic? If God is bound to logic and still be an ultimate being, why can't we say the same thing about being bound to time? Okay, I don't think that the thing that you want to say is that he's bound to logic. Probably the thing that you actually want to say is that logic is like an abstraction of his properties. I don't think that God would depend on logic for his existence. In fact, you might want to even argue that logic only applies to propositions which are solely representations. So in that sense, God can't be illogical, but he's not like ontologically dependent on logic. I think so. Okay. The reason with saying that the problem with saying that God isn't time is that in some very real sense, you depend on a previous state that you were in. You're going to depend on, I don't know, like if you were some way previously, you're going to depend on that way for your existence. That seems to imply problematically that God, an ultimate being, depends on these like no longer existing states of himself, but then that just means that he's not ultimate. A thing that depends on other things is not ultimate. Possum Punks, thanks so much for the super chat. Call in the ICBM, Intercontinental Ballistic EMS. Hey, don't make them think that EMS is developing a weapons program. Yeah, this one right here.
I have the accent for it.
I heard EMS is enriching uranium. I saw him. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Poison the well from the first word and then call M's disingenuous nonstop for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
M buoyant is M butthurt.
I've literally never debated the Orthodox Muslim on theology. We've spoken once or twice on things he has said that were horrible to a person, and he was just trying to explain himself.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, okay. I also, I'm not very sympathetic to accusations that you're ad homing when he opened up by saying that you're a disingenuous person. To me, I suppose both of those are ad homs, and also, or actually no, they're not even ad homs. They're just insults. They're I don't know. It depends how technical we want to get here. I don't really care about insults. I think insults are fine. And if you insult people badly or wrongly, then that's just gonna be
I mean,
damaging
simply
to like
ignoring-
your own rhetoric.
You were simply just ignoring the time frame and the location, like the two parameters of the prophecy. Like, sure, I could say that, someone's like a random white man is gonna win the presidency in the US, and then it happens in 50 years. That's just a random, like, no point prophecy. Instead
Yeah.
of saying, like, oh, the next election, so and so is gonna happen.
Okay. Oh wait, this is an interesting account. Hey, how's it going?
Well, hello, Ian.
What
Do you
the?
remember me?
What the fuck is this?
Oh,
Oh,
that
it's
hurts my feelings a little
okay.
bit.
I do. Yeah.
That hurts my biological Christian soul a little bit.
Gosh.
I wanted to debunk it real
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
As a biological Christian, not only is God real, I have evidence as well of his son and other half, Jesus. I have personal meetings with Jesus behind the windows multiple times a week, every week. And you cannot tell me that when I'm on my knees praising him, that he's not real when he's right on top, in front of me.
Holy shit. It's some compelling stuff. Gosh, in terms of like the miracle claims that I've encountered, I think it's like, number one, Our Lady of Fatima, number two, Jesus behind the Wendy's.
Exactly. And if you would like a video, I'll give it to you for $50. Also, if God wasn't real, then where would you have gotten your perfect porcelain skin?
Whoa. Mr. Thomas, are you flirting with me?
Absolutely not. I am biologically heterosexual on my mother's side.
This is great. I love this. Okay, thanks for coming on, Mr. Thomas. Fucking goat.
Yeah.
I'm unstoppable. I'm doing another one.
Another Muslim, wow.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
Hi.
Yeah.
So, let me explain in a scientific way.
Sorry. One thing.
So there's three types of existences.
Hey,
there is
pause. Stop.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, sure. Continue.
So, do you agree there's three types of existences?
I don't know.
Impossible, which is like a circle and a triangle. That's impossible.
Sure.
That's an impossible existence. And then
that
there's
seems like it wouldn't even be an existence at all, frankly.
That's like humans. We depend on oxygen. Oxygen depends on something else, and that depends on something else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, there are some things that depend on other things.
Okay, and then the third one is a undependent existence. That
Sure.
means nothing depends on it. And it was here before and after time. Since it's
Nothing depends on it. That would presuppose that this thing isn't just time itself.
it created time because it's independent.
I don't think that it could have created. I don't think time can be created, because for time to come into existence, there would be a timeless state that changes into a temporal state, but timeless states don't change because all change
That would
requires
make
time.
sense because if the dependent existences like us, if that cycle kept going, then it wouldn't make sense because infinite isn't a real thing in the world.
How many things do you think
So
God
the
knows?
dependent existence has to stop that infinite cycle at some
Okay.
point.
Yeah, how many things do you think God knows?
Everything.
Infinite?
Yes.
Sure. So then it seems like we can't have actual infinities.
Yeah, it's impossible. And like the science suggests also that it is
You're
impossible
contradicting
to have
yourself at this point.
No, it's
either possible
literal
or
facts.
impossible to have actual infinities. If it's impossible to
It
have
is
an actual
impossible.
then God doesn't exist, because God's knowledge would be an actual infinity.
No, because he's independent.
Okay.
He's not
so
dependent
he
on
still has
anything.
actual
That
infinity.
would mean that he doesn't need
I don't grant that
anything.
time
He's
isn't
not dependent on
independent.
our time. He doesn't
Okay.
sleep. He's not like us.
Okay. I don't know how you think that engages with the argument. Either
because
actual
there has
infinities
to
are
be
possible
something
or
that
not
stops that
possible. Which
cycle.
one?
It can't stop itself. Just like the sun is there,
Okay.
like how can nothing come out of nothing?
Okay. So I'll ask the question again. Either actual infinities are
No,
possible or
no. Can nothing
impossible.
come out of nothing? No,
Yeah.
like,
I don't
it's
really know
not
what
a
it
trick
means for it to
question.
say that it comes out. But
No,
I mean,
no, like
certainly you
the
can get
world,
nothing
can it
from
come out of
nothing.
nothing?
Well, that would
Is
be.
that
You think the
possible?
world is nothing?
No, like before everything.
Oh,
You
then I
guys are
guess your
saying
question
Big
is a bit
Bang happened and
confusing.
then everything
No, I don't think the world
started
comes
up.
out of nothing.
So what do you believe?
Lots of things. You're gonna need to be more specific with your question.
No, but like you're saying God is not real.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't make sense because then you would imply there's an infinite.
Yeah, I
Like
hold the
if there
infinite
was an infinite
regress.
cycle, then let's say then oxygen wouldn't be there always. It wouldn't make sense. Because if
Why would
it's
it need to be
infinite, it
there
would just keep
always?
going. It wouldn't actually be there.
I don't
Because
know
it's
why it would
infinite. It
need to
would
be there
keep going in the
always.
cycle.
It's also like not super clear to me. So okay, two things. First of all, oxygen presumably just could be there always if it's an infinite regress.
No,
Second of all,
because
even if it
oxygen
couldn't, why
depends
would
on
it need to
something
be?
else.
What does it depend on?
Oxygen depends on something else to be
Yeah,
there.
you could have
Like the
things that
sun.
depend on other things. Oh, that's not true. There's oxygen even before the sun existed.
No, because
How
if the
does
sun
oxygen
wasn't
depend on the
there
sun?
to heat the earth
Jeez.
up, then
You
nothing
don't
would be
think
in the earth.
oxygen existed before the
Afghan,
sun?
are you sure you're 21?
Yeah, I'm 21.
What are you studying?
I'm saying
No,
that
studying.
No, what are you
oxygen
studying?
needs something for
Afghan,
it to be there.
did you go to high
Like
school?
like the exact amount of oxygen we have to this day, it wasn't the same as a couple years back. It varies. Like people were way bigger back then, hence why
Sure,
there is big ass
sure,
doors.
Afghan. Did you,
Yeah.
you went to high school, right?
Yeah, I went high school.
Yeah. And you learned chemistry.
I did learn chemistry.
Yeah. And what was oxygen?
O2.
Sure, what is the O1?
That's also oxygen. That's something else.
It is oxygen. It is still oxygen. So, did you think that a specific element in the periodic table of elements had to come from the sun?
Okay, let me ask you something else.
That was a question.
I
but
think
sure,
it was
you can.
metal or iron. That's not from this earth.
No,
Not
everything from the earth. This earth is not from this earth.
Yeah, okay, then where did it come from?
It came from where everything else came from.
Okay, then you're saying there is something that created this, right?
No.
So you're saying
It's
there
not a
is a
true
God.
dichotomy. Nope.
So
that
you're
doesn't
saying there is a
follow.
God.
Whoa, let's just
Without
calm down
saying
there.
there is a God.
Oof, gosh, you're like pivoting to
Basically.
grandstanding.
You just
Oh,
wanted to
wow.
go to the iron prophecy.
No,
of
no,
the
no.
Quran.
I'm just telling you an analogy.
That's not gonna
It's
work.
just an analogy.
Mm-hmm.
But also,
I don't think you know what
there
an
is
analogy is.
there's also
I'm concerned.
a Quran that's dated back to the Prophet.
Show me it.
In
Show me it,
Birmingham.
please. Show me.
In
Yes,
Birmingham.
another pivot and an excellent
Quran.
series of pivots.
No, it's just proofs after proof, and it matches Quran 100%.
Yeah, the proofs are so
Explain that.
robust that you need to
Until this
quickly
day-
move on to the next one.
No,
after.
no. Another thing.
Yes,
Till this
yeah,
day,
another
there isn't
so
one
such a good
person
proof that you need
who
to move
had-
to the next one
who-
even after that.
Let me explain something else.
Yeah.
Till this day, there hasn't been a person being able to create one page of the Quran.
Yeah, they haven't found somebody
better.
stupid enough.
How is that possible? There is zero mistakes in the Quran.
Yeah,
There's
there
no
is.
contradictions.
There is.
There is not.
Have you ever read the Book of Mormon? I think that the Book of Mormon faithfully recreates the Quran's purpose, which was to fucking get some.
I don't know what the Book of Mormon is.
Yeah,
To be honest. I'll be honest with you.
Take your pick, Ian. Which one do you want to do?
Let's do okay. Do you think that the Earth is older than the sun?
He
Not
sounds like
sure.
he does, yes.
But the thing is, another thing about the
Yeah,
Earth.
gosh. Great
People are
answer.
saying that
Even more
that the
flawless
sun
pivot. It was seamless.
goes around
Nobody
the Earth,
noticed.
but it's actually the Earth going around the sun, and the Quran
Who
says
the
that.
fuck
And we
says?
The Quran
That's
says
what
that.
are you
talking
Where?
about?
Wait. Where does the Quran say that? Go ahead, because the Quran says the opposite.
I'll show you.
He doesn't sound 21, by the way.
Yeah. Maybe. It's hard to tell.
Or maybe like he failed out of high school.
Yeah. I don't know. I can never tell. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about these prophets, and then like, oh my God, God talked to me and he said, I need like 30 women in my harem. Listen, it's out of my hands. I just need 30 women. I don't know, man. Something about that.
Please. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
By the way, for your argument on 41, chapter 41,
yeah,
it is referencing the entire universe being younger than the Earth.
Well, okay, that's like obviously conceptually incoherent.
Because when it says that, the heavens include the universe is the lowest heaven, the earthly heaven, and it was made after the earth was made. And the way it was made is when the earth was made, the water on the earth gave out smoke, and that smoke became the universe and the skies and the heavens. And then after the smoke came out, God portioned them into the lowest heaven and then the first heaven, the second heaven, etc.
Yeah, okay. Here's what I hate though, is because Quran.com conspires to translate all of these words in such a way to allow the Muslim apologists to weasel out of like literally any and all of it.
I use Quran X.
But then the person I'm debating with is always going to pull up like Quran.com. So I need to be very selective with the verses that I pick, because otherwise they'll just weasel out of it.
If you go to Quran X, they're going to have like a lot of options for different translations. And the commentaries are also going to have translations which are accurate. So if you go to 41:11, and then go to commentaries, Quran X, and you should find the explanation of the verse where it tells you that the earth gave out smoke and the smoke became the universe.
Okay, sure. So, okay. He then directed himself to the heavens. Ooh, fuck. Okay. Rip pen. He then ordained 7 heavens in 2 days, each of them.
Or go to 41:10. That would be better.
Okay. Hey, Afghan, if you're off the app, we can't hear you. He placed therein that maybe that's the problem. Maybe
you guys couldn't hear me?
No, not a single time.
Seriously?
Yeah.
This whole time?
The app we can't.
Yeah, that's why we were over talking you. You must have thought that we were rude as shit, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's that. Yeah, I probably should have told you that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Surah Anbiya 21:33.
21:33.
I don't want you to mention anything but.
Bro, we were just having like a fucking conversation, and he's trying to like share his verse. Holy shit.
I was literally reading up shit and explaining shit.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, man. You're probably upset. That's yeah, it's fucked. TikTok sucks.
No, it's okay. And it actually sounded like you guys were replying to me. That's the funny part.
Oh my.
That's fucking crazy.
Okay, so I have 21:33, and here's the one who created the day and the night, the sun and the moon, each traveling in an orbit. I think the problem here is that the orbit is unspecified. Yeah.
And it doesn't mention that the Earth is you said that it says that the Earth is traveling around the sun. Here it is mentioning the day and the night, the moon and the sun traveling in an orbit, referring to the Earth. So this is telling you that the sun orbits the Earth.
Seems to be, dare I say, problematic. You know, really.
No, here. Listen. It's kind of hard when you can't actually read it up, and at the same time, I'm trying to read, but I can't speak at the same time.
It simply says plainly, He is who made the day and the night, the moon and the sun, each in an orbit traveling. How does this show you?
There is more than that. Wait.
Sure. What is more than that?
By the way, I dropped a new YouTube video. It was before these chains of guests, but I did drop one. It's titled "Anti-Gay Christian Insists on Getting Thrashed on God's Existence." It's the debate with Ask a Christian.
Remember the ivermectin guy?
I don't know if I remember the ivermectin guy.
The guy who said that he used dewormers to cure his bisexuality.
Oh, I do, yeah.
By the way, another point I wanted to make real quick, because I can't seem to be able to read up and at the same time. But I can send you a link.
You can just
wait. I mean, we can just read it.
articles
We can
when
just
you
read it here, right? Like I have the verse right here. I'll pull it up. Let me. And he is the one who created the day and the night, the sun and the moon, each traveling in an orbit.
I just wanted to make another point, by the way. Do you believe Satan is real?
No, certainly not.
No. Okay. So explain Hollywood. Explain why all these satanic people are showing up everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Making child sacrifices.
Sure.
All these things. Explain.
Afghan.
Who?
Could you show me how this is tied to police? Go ahead.
What?
Could you show me how this is tied to
I
police?
sent a link to the article.
Just ignore the article. How is this tied to
Just go
Iblis?
in. It explains it.
Yeah, Habibi. How is this
Yeah,
tied to
Habibi,
Iblis?
just go in. It's easy. Please.
Sure. Satan exists, and it is the Satan of the Jewish Torah. Could you please tell me how is this referring to Iblis of the Quran? Go ahead.
Because he bans music. And music is a big part of, for example, how the demons speak in reverse. When you reverse all these Hollywood songs.
Do you have a source?
Yeah.
What is the source in Islam? What is the source in Islam? Go ahead.
The source in Islam? It's haram to listen to music. And Allah actually says, this is the way that... There's a lot of fucking points. Have you not seen possessed people before?
Yeah, they're usually in the psych ward.
Wait, I'm sorry. We need to hit the fucking rewind button. This website is crazy. This like the last dialogue website is like this is like
Which
a
part are you
schizo
reading?
post, dude. I just pulled up like the fucking like main website.
I don't think that's it. No, that's not the same
I
thing.
literally copied and pasted it. Bro, this shit is like
What the
wild. Okay, wait. So you go down here, I don't know what the fuck. Okay. You know, we got Jews.
It's not that part.
Are on the right path? No. Killing in the name of God? Yes. Boo. We go over one.
What the fuck?
We got
Are we
boo.
doing that?
500
think you're in
million
the right
increasing
website,
day
bro.
by day. Are on the right path? No. Killing in the name of God? Yes. Christians.
What the fuck?
I think they're saying like they're using
Increasing
the name of
day
God
by
as
day.
killing.
Are on the right path, killing the name of God. But you know what? Do you want to know the biggest fucking curveball of this entire fucking website? The most unexpected part? Muslims multiplying more than others are on the right path? No. Killing in the name of gods? Yes. What the
It's true
fuck?
because look at Iran, look at
Wait,
Saudi,
wait,
look at all these things.
Whose team is
And
pro
another point I wanted to make actually, Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he actually said Bedouin Arabs are going to compete
by the
on
way,
making
this
the
is-
tallest buildings
wait,
in the world.
wait.
How?
Wait, sorry.
Did you know
self-fulfilling prophecy.
Burj Khalifa, the
A
guy that
self-fulfilling
owns
prophecy.
it, he has a picture way back. He was barefooted and he's a Bedouin Arab.
Sure.
And he has the
Self-fulfilling
tallest
prophecy.
building today. Explain
A
that.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
And it's very specific.
It is self-fulfilling.
Back then
It
having
is self-fulfilling.
skyscrapers was like, that's like contradicting yourself. If you're a prophet,
is.
that would be
Yeah, Habibi,
stupid to
Habibi.
say.
Sure, and your prophet also said that we're going to trample on dragons.
Especially if you're making it to a specific group and a
Sure.
specific area.
Self-fulfilling. It is still self-fulfilling.
No,
It
it's
is,
not.
yes.
It's the tallest building.
Sure, the prophecy is self-fulfilling.
No, he
Yes.
said Bedouin Arabs. That's
Do you know what
literally.
Do you know what I said? Like what I just
It's
said. what it
only
means.
these 100 years they found the black gold, which is oil. It's only through these 100 years that they're actually collected wealth. It's
Ian, does it
recently.
make sense to say that this is self-fulfilling?
Yeah,
No.
because presumably if you're Muslim and this is like a part of your religion, then you're just gonna fucking build tall buildings.
No, because he specifies it.
He specifies what? if you're
Bedouin
Muslim
Arab.
and you are a Bedouin Arab,
and he
and this is
has
a part of your
picture
religion,
of
then
himself
presumably you're just going to
barefooted with his
yeah,
father.
exactly. You know, if I was about to build the tallest building, I'd fucking take a picture of myself barefooted. Also, I've been barefooted outside before. There's probably pictures of me as a kid where I'm
There
barefoot.
was nothing in Dubai a couple years back. Nothing. They built a utopia just
I'm not sure that
these
doesn't
years.
make it. I'm not sure
It
that doesn't make
does.
it self-fulfilling.
It does.
Okay. I don't think
And he
you
has
said
50 other
it does before
prophecies.
I even got the point out, which makes me skeptical that what you said is like
because
responsive
it's
to it.
self-explanatory. You're just rejecting my proof.
Yeah, because it's self-fulfilling.
It's not.
So the reason why it's not like a particularly compelling prophecy to me is because
Another prophecy I can tell you.
Yeah,
He said
gosh, such a
women
good
will
first
go
one.
around naked, but they'll have clothes on. What are women wearing today?
I
They're
don't
wearing
know.
bikinis. You can see their whole form.
Distinctly not naked, by the way.
And this is very modern, that people are going in bikinis. This is not a normal thing back then.
It's also kind of hot. Am I right?
No, it's not good. It's
Up top?
making OnlyFans girls everywhere.
Well, I mean, you could also just be at the
America's
beach with your
declining.
friends and they
The
wear
West
a
is
bikini.
declining.
You know, I went to school in
And
San
I'm
Diego.
not on
My
Iran's
college.
side.
Whoa, before we do like the
Iran is as
grandstanding.
bad
Whoa, let's
as
just calm down with
Israel
the
is.
grandstanding. Whoa,
Iran
that
is as
certainly
bad, if not
that
worse.
certainly is
They're
a
actually
claim.
worse than Israel
I
because they
actually
genocided
okay.
in Syria worse than
Okay.
Israel. Actually.
Oh wait, are you saying like what America's doing is worse than Israel?
No.
Are you saying like Iran?
Yeah.
Oh.
Iran has actually planned all of this from beforehand. They're not helping
That
Gaza
certainly is
either.
a claim. Oh yeah.
No, it's not a
Gosh,
claim,
and
it's a
then the
fact.
supreme leader was like fucking sitting there like
They just
yeah,
opened the
and then
Leviathan
Israel's
as
gonna
well.
come in and fucking
And
blow my
S&P
ass up.
500 is
and
just
then we're
going
gonna
up.
seize the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think for some reason I don't think
They
so.
opened Leviathan. They just opened
Okay.
Leviathan in Israel.
Okay.
It's
The
the
next
biggest
claim,
oil
yeah,
plant.
sure.
Yeah, so it's actually planned all of this, and
Yeah.
Iran is pretending they're helping Gaza.
Can you imagine? So you think like the Iranian leader planned his own death?
I have sources in Gaza that's
do you have like a
telling me.
yes or a no? Do you have an answer?
What? No, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Yeah. Do you think like the Iranian leader planned his own death?
No.
Maybe.
No, definitely not.
Afghan, I have a question.
No,
for you.
I actually think the supreme
okay.
leader was actually, I don't know if he was good or bad, but I'm not too sure.
In my
Afghan,
opinion.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you looked into like interning for Alex Jones?
No. Fuck Alex Jones.
Interesting.
Have you looked into interning for The Last Dialogue?
Nah.
He'd love to have you.
But listen though, back to my point. Where was I?
I think you were I think you like schizo rambled past
No.
Nonsenseville,
What was I talking about?
and you were like well on your way to I don't know, like Gibberation Nation.
Oh yeah, I was talking about Iran. They genocided like 1 million Muslims in Syria.
Okay.
If not
Maybe?
more.
Could be.
Not maybe, it's a fact.
I don't know. I don't know enough about this. That totally could be true.
And they're literally making their own like belief system within Islam, which is completely false. Like saying Ya Ali Madad, which means it's one of our imams.
No, it's okay. We're
and
gonna
saying,
install
like asking him for
the-
help
the
instead
United
of God,
States,
which
the
is
United
very
States-
bad.
The United States is
in
going to install
their
Ayatollah
beliefs.
Mamdani, and Ayatollah Mamdani is going to clear it all up.
Mamdani is a Jew.
What
He's
the
not a Muslim.
fuck?
He's not a Muslim. He's a Zionist. His mom actually was seen with Maxwell.
Ayatollah Mamdani is gonna
Did you hear me?
he's gonna
Did
issue
you
a
hear me?
fatwa, and he's gonna excise
She was
you.
seen with Maxwell.
And she wasn't the picture is fake. Number one, number two, she's Indian.
I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein Maxwell.
Yes, I know. And no, she
Yeah.
wasn't. The photo is a Photoshop.
Nah, it is real.
Okay, let's say it is real. How does being seen with Maxwell make you Jewish?
A is A.
Bro,
A
it's
implies A.
self-explanatory.
And
He won
yeah,
the
so-
race.
Yeah, oh my god!
He won the race. He claims to be
Oh,
Muslim,
fuck, dude.
but he goes around with
Yeah,
trans
dude.
people and holds the trans flag. That doesn't make sense. Then he's not Muslim.
Maybe
That
he's
goes
just a
against our
hypocrite.
belief.
I don't know. Maybe he's like a good person. Maybe he's trying his
No,
best to be a good
no.
person.
He said he was going to do affordability. He raised it instead. He raised taxes.
Yeah, I think politics is quite
Bro,
complicated.
he's literally
Also,
like,
you know, I'm not like the Zoran Mamdani expert, but I think that there's like pretty concrete good things that you can point to. Like for example,
I haven't
his
heard
initiation.
people shit on
Whoa,
him,
not the
actually.
next one. Gosh,
I haven't heard
please
people shit
spare
on him
me.
either.
Spare me. Let's just stick with one point. Is there a reason? You know, I know that your points are all very strong, but I'm a bit concerned that the audience might come away with the impression that when you move to point
If
to point
you're
to point to point
concerned
to point
about
to point
that,
to
then
point
you
to
know
point
it's
to
truth
point,
deep down.
that
Then you
you
know
might that the
you know
audience
it's
might come
truth
away with
deep
the
down.
impression that all the points are really weak when you're not able to
Okay, let
defend them
me
and have
ask
to
you
run away
something
from
else.
them.
If you saw a
Yeah,
watch,
sure. Like what you're doing right now, to be clear.
no, let
I'm
me
worried that
explain
the
something
audience
else.
might come away with the
Let
impression that
me
your points are very
explain
weak
something else.
because
If
you're
you
not
if
capable
you
of
had a
actually
watch
defending
on,
them or engaging with them.
if you
Let's
had a
talk about
watch
the
on,
thing you just
did
said.
you expect
Let's
the
talk.
watch came out
Whoa,
of nothing,
buddy. Do you want to talk
or
about the
did
thing you
someone
just
make
said?
it?
Are we pivoting back
The
to the
same
start?
thing.
Holy
We
shit,
have
dude. We might have
DNA in
encountered like the
our
fucking
we
cycle
have
in the
DNA in our
universe.
heart
We're
and
back to the
brain.
beginning of the
Listen, we have
conversation.
DNA in our heart and brain, which
In our heart
means
and
there
brain?
has to be
Wait.
intelligence behind all of this. There has to be
So
intelligence.
This is like a classic composition fallacy. This is
No,
actually like a
it's
good
not.
example to
It's
demonstrate
not.
why
You're
it's a
just
fallacy,
rejecting
frankly.
it. You're just
The idea
rejecting
that
it.
because there's like DNA in your brain, that therefore your brain has or that your DNA has
You came
intelligence
from a
because your brain
sperm
has
drop, bro.
intelligence.
You literally.
Holy
Okay,
shit. And he's on
what
to
do
the
you
next
think
point.
about?
Where is he
What
gonna
do
go?
you
Nobody can
think the
track
purpose of
Afghan
Earth is?
pivoting from place
You
to place
just
to place.
go to
This is
work.
crazy.
You get up.
Okay.
Go to work. Go to sleep. Get up. Go to work. Go to sleep. Do you think that's all it is to Earth, bro? That's fucking stupid.
No, I also jerk
Do
my
you
wiener
really
every
think
now and
that's
then.
all there is to Earth?
Sometimes
That's
I receive
literally
like soapy pics from my
very
girlfriend.
retarded.
Oh, that's
Look
not.
how bad. Look how satanic everyone is in Hollywood. Explain.
Damn, back to that
Explain
point.
it.
Do you want the explanation or do you want
It's
to
a
pivot to
good point.
elsewhere?
You can see how satanic
You don't
there
even
is.
want the explanation.
Listen, Balenciaga
I'm
literally has
suspecting that
ball in it.
Afghan
It has
27 here
ball.
doesn't have many friends. You know, he doesn't have very many
McDonald's,
friends
the
IRL, which is
McDonald
why he
logo
needs
is
to
literally in the Black
verbally
Magic Book.
vomit all of this stuff out right now.
Answer me
Afghan,
this:
Afghan,
why
You don't
is
want
the
okay.
McDonald logo?
Yeah,
You
apparently
should
you got
start a podcast.
okay.
You can speak for hours.
You got a violation warning. Holy shit, dude. That was fucking wild.
The website is insane.
I have no idea. I don't even know whose side the website's supposed to be on. What the fuck? Well, that's how you know it's like a crazy website.
That is insane.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, wait. Well, while I have everyone here, and while I have
That
the
is
website
like
pulled
the
up.
dark web.
Yeah, seriously, dude. I'm gonna click on one of these tabs and see like a snuff film. We got fucking controversies, you know, meditation. What? Wrong? What? If? You got disputes, and then you got the other one over here. You got fucking paradoxes.
Can we see the about section?
The about section. Where's the about? Holy shit, dude. Can you imagine choosing this font? Yeah, make it fucking unreadable, dude. Make it unreadable and coming out at like a weird angle. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Like seriously, try to read that merciful. I want you with your human eyes to make an effort to read that merciful. Did he not fucking look at the website? You'd think that after you make your like fucking insane website, you'd give it like a look over or something. In the name of God.
Like, on the right side of his like arm, is that not like?
No shot, dude. There's just no way.
That looks like a Five Nights at Freddy's character,
bro. The fucking dialogue. Look, there's like a word that he's covering up. It's fucking. Fuck, but he doesn't have enough room. So presumably it says the last dialogue, but there isn't enough room to put all of that. What the fuck is the other
journey?
word?
What is the journey?
Maybe just last dialogue?
You see it says at the bottom.
There's no way. Wait, look at the logo. This can't be real.
That is insane. What is the paragraph at the bottom? What does it say?
Yeah. God, we got like stun locked. This is crazy. Oh my god. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm like evilly depriving YouTube of the viewing experience.
Oh.
Let me share this with YouTube. Molly, I'm just gonna throw you a curveball here. Sorry.
Yeah, this is hilarious. I'm so curious what this is about.
Yeah. Let me where the fuck is it? Is it here? Okay. Wait, let me make sure that it looks okay. Fuck. Wait, Molly, are you able to format it? All right, I appreciate you. Okay, so this is it's the website. Okay, the paragraph. Let me zoom on out. I did the opposite. I'm stupid. What a nightmare. Bro, I'm gonna see this guy tonight.
Imagine your source to prove your religion is calling for your death.
Okay, this is probably too small, but I'll read it. About the last dialogue, a journey towards unity and understanding. The last dialogue is an individual effort by the will of his Lord. Okay, sure, maybe it's a Muslim thing. By the will of his Lord to make this world a better living place, to raise the human intellect for the. Yeah. To raise the human intellect for the fulfillment of God's will and to invoke God's mercy on humans. This platform is an individual's humble effort by the will of God to present the case of God to humanity. It is born from a simple yet profound desire to make this world a better living place, to elevate human intellect for the fulfillment of a higher purpose, and to invoke divine mercy upon all of us. I'm not a candidate for any position, nor do I lay claim to any title. I am not an apostle or an authority. My perspective is rooted in pragmatic reason rather than doctrine. Let me ask a simple question. If a house is on fire, do we stand by and debate who is officially designated to put it out? Is the moral response to adhere to protocol or to take immediate action? Do we allow a catastrophe to unfold simply because the designated saviors have not yet arrived? My perspective is fundamentally different. I will be the one to extinguish the fire, not the one. Are you seeing? Okay, wait. I need to actually zoom back in. The capitalization is like insane. Look at the fucking capitalization, dude. It's every word.
Yeah, that's probably how God speaks. So,
is there capitalization in Arabic?
Yeah, no.
Oh my god, dude. Muhammad, write down into the Quran that when they invent capitalization, to capitalize every word. Mission of this platform is not here to tell you something new or to show you some magic, but to remind you the original old scriptures, which either you have forgotten or have put behind your backs. It's a call to return to the source, to engage in the most crucial conversation of all. Mission. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, unity of humanity in general and of Muslims in specific. Okay, buddy. Purpose of this work is not to solve some jurisprudence problem or to answer questions on theology and merely educating people, but the main purpose is unity of humanity in general and of Muslims. Wait, let me get rid of this. And of Muslims in specific.
I would love a YouTube documentary on this cult.
It's weird that you say. I hear that our goat has a YouTube channel. You don't think the CGI? You don't think that CGI is credible? You aren't convinced? You aren't beckoned and called? That's not a real studio. There's no way that's a real studio. You think this guy has studio money? Holy shit, dude. Maybe he's one of like,
from heaven.
Yeah. This guy's, oh fucking Christ. Appreciation.
Personal dialogue.
I was hoping if you have any forum where we can talk directly. Also, the author is unknown. Which scholar or researcher? Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, appreciation. I'm in Australia. I wish you could have a personal dialogue with this author. Just not even a question, just the chosen one. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. So he's just posting emails. Oh, no shot.
What?
Did you see? Dear Haya, you were right to the extent that bacteria and viruses are from the progeny of the devil, i.e. their composition is the same, but that's not the only manifestation of Satan. As I told you in many articles, that you can think of devil like a byproduct of creation as you get from your factories during manufacturing something good, and its purpose is to make this universe a trial. Okay.
Can we not email this dude?
Yo, oh God, I kind of want to email him. What do I want to email him? Fuck, I should set up a debate against this dude. What the fuck? He's posting like personal, like just fucking weirdly irrelevant personal emails. The subject on this one, I'm making an app for Quran translation in English. Can I borrow some content from your site? Salaam alaikum. I'm a doctor based in the UK. I'm making an app for Quran translation in English. I would like to borrow some content for your website. I will be grateful if you can allow. I will acknowledge your source in my app. Is this Jazkala? Answer.
Yeah, like may God reward you.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Ahmed, for contacting. Can you please let us know which specific content you need? And will this application be free or paid? Okay. Thanks. I need the summary of the translation of each surah, which is excellently written on your site. It will be free for Sadqa. Your site source will be acknowledged and link provided. Thanks, Amir. The last dialogue, please keep in mind that it should be an application and not a website. If it would be a site that will cause duplicate content on net and will strike down by copyright notice. Regards. He just why the fuck is this here? Why did he post this?
Miracles in the Quran.
Wait, yeah.
You see the Quran statistics.
Quran statistics?
And then miracles in the Quran.
What the fuck? Jesus.
Why Muslims are poor and ignorant.
I think I can say that. I think my live is going to get struck if I say this full sentence. Jesus. Holy shit. Okay, what do we do with Quran statistics? Quran facts and figures.
It was updated in 2025.
No. W font choice. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, wait, which one looks appetizing, Ems? Total number of chapters? The fucking top 10. You want to know the top 10 most used words in the Quran?
Sure. The, a, and of.
Okay, wait. You're gonna have to help me.
Wala, ila, so, and no, and to, and on, and those, and no.
There's no way he included that. Come on, you gotta be now. I know that Muslim dude from earlier is right. You must be lying. There's no way he included. What are those like fucking like connecting words? Come on.
So the highest word is min, from, and in, fi, and then ma what?
We're really breaking new ground here. Holy shit.
And in it.
Holy shit, dude. Get this guy some podcast equipment. Holy fuck. What is this? Okay. Top 10 most used phrases? Do we got some good ones?
Sure. Scroll up. Those who believe. Those who. In the land. The heavens and the earth. Those who do not believe.
I bet if you mapped like a correlation between that phrase and like will suffer grotesquely.
Yeah, by the way, you see the one that says 92 and 92?
Yeah.
So the first one is those, and then the other one is those.
What the fuck? Who is this man? Holy fucking shit, dude. Okay. Total number versus. Wow. Yeah. Sure. Cool. Sounds good, bud. Yeah. Got some numbers. Doesn't it feel exciting that we're the first people in the history of humanity to uncover this page? And not a single motherfucker has ever read through this page before. Is there?
What about the
do we
miracles
got?
in the Quran?
What's okay? It's more.
Yeah, the letters. How about the miracles?
Wait. Are these letters?
Yes. So how many times those letters were used?
Yeah, we got line straight down at 4,000.
43,000.
Oh fuck! Oh, I totally misread it. 43 line straight down at 43,000, but it has stiff competition from Fishhook. Which is does
the reason
yeah
the reason those are the highest is because the word no has the fish hook and then the line and then the word the word the has the line and then the fish hook.
Oh my god. I think I have to compose him like an email. Where's? Yeah, I do want to call it a bookshelf.
Can we see? Oh my god!
What do we got? We got. I like how they move every second, so you can barely fucking read the titles. We got the Atlas Bible 3 times.
Yes.
What?
How many books does this bro have?
A lot. It looks.
Oh, Al Kafi. Okay, so yeah, those are not his books.
Oh. What are they?
Like Fath al-Bari is an explanation of Bukhari. Ibn Taymiyyah is like the book of faith by Ibn Taymiyyah the scholar, and then Tafsir. This is a book of Tafsir. Al-Muwatta. This is a book from Malik, and. Yeah, so those are not his books.
They all link to Google Drive, apparently.
Oh, so he has them for free.
Yeah, that's chill. I like that. Whoa, let's see his philosophy collection. Okay. Yeah, these are pretty goated. Yeah, I'm a fan. He's a Russell fan. That's surprising. I wouldn't expect him to be a Russell fan. He's a big Bertrand Russell fan. This dude is like Bertrand Russell's #1 fan. That's like actually an extremely surprising fact about him.
I wouldn't have. He has read any of those.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like super. Holy shit,
Shakespeare.
This guy fucking loves Shakespeare.
Imagine having a website.
He has Pride and Prejudice. It's in the history section. He has Pride and Prejudice. Oh my god. The Adventures of Ugly Girls. Oh, sorry. This is in the classics section. I totally mistracked. The history section is next. What do we got? God, can you imagine being such a fucking scholar like this guy?
Yeah, Benjamin.
Not too much on the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Okay, we got science. Fuck yeah, I love science.
The origin of species.
Yeah, gosh. Is it
Evolution, modern thought.
pretty short.
Can we see the miracles in the Quran before you go?
Yeah, of course we can see the miracles in the Quran. Are you kidding? I want to see every fucking inch of this. In the name of God, the most great. Okay, yeah, it's the same.
Any miracle life.
Okay. Let's go.
Human development. Wow.
Let's do cosmology. The Quran addresses the fundamental mechanics of the cosmos, starting with startling precision. I'm prepared to be startled. Lock in. You're going to be startled. This section investigates the cosmology and physics found in Scripture, exploring verses that describe the expansion of the universe, the gaseous smoke state of early creation, and the precise orbits of celestial bodies. What the fuck? Is he going to give like a specific thing, or is he vaguely gesturing?
Maybe is it clickable?
No.
It is not. Okay.
Why is it bolded? The fuck?
Is this the entire page?
Fulfilled prophecy is do we got any verses? Holy fucking
wow.
shit.
A human creation in 3 veils of darkness.
Wait, this one's good. Chronic miracle, creation in pairs. Everything in the universe has its counterpart. Everything is created in pairs. Miracle of the Quran, matter and antimatter. Even elementary particles have their counterparts.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Whoa, this is cute. Look at that. Look at those guys. Don't they look happy?
But he said pairs. So
True. Don't count the number of fingers you have. Whatever you do.
I mean, it is 10, so.
Many places the Quran said that God created everything in pairs. He who has made for you the earth like a carpet spread out. Does he ever say pairs? Does the Quran say like pairs explicitly?
It says that the disbeliever not see how we've made from everything pairs, and then we have created everything from water.
Sure. Okay. By reading these verses, we come to know. Okay. Blah blah blah. Yep.
Which is wrong because not everything is made in pairs.
Matter and antimatter.
Yeah, doesn't seem like they were made in pairs if everything is matter, but sure.
Yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah.
Bible statistics.
Oh, fuck yeah. God damn it. I would love to see the Bible statistics. This is like, I'm going to die for this. Holy shit. Yeah, those are the stats. You got it, bud. Whoa, this dude's passion. This dude fucking loves graphic design. Total number of Old Testament chapters? 929. Bible, total New Testament chapters? 260. Total verses? 31,000. Total words? Average word length in the Bible is, sorry, this is a staggering fact. Average word length in the Bible is 5.2.
No way that is right.
Okay. Sounds good. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but sounds good.
And then the words. We should see the counterpart of the most used words and most used.
Yeah. I'm fucking dying to get there. No shot, dude. Come on. This is ridiculous. He didn't even fucking take the Hebrew. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. Bro, I'm gonna teach my kid how to read on this website. Yo, S is fucking mogging out here. Whoa, do you know how he arrived at this? I bet he pulled up. He probably did full Bible PDF, and then he just did S. Look at that. Watch the S's roll in. Whoa, look at that.
Now, how many did he say there were in the Bible?
Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, wait. What's it? It's the graph below shows the usage of English alphabet. Unique words per letter? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Who needs this?
Whoa, please. Okay, wait.
Uh-huh.
Is this okay, it's chapters. Okay, whatever. Words.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let's get these words.
Yeah, those are the chapters.
Oh, this fucking
Uh-huh.
okay. Is it this?
No,
No, this is the
words per
chapters
chapter.
too. Show me the words, bud. Just put the words on my screen. No fucking way.
The Lord, God, man, people, king, one, son, man, house.
Wow, that was insightful. I feel more knowledgeable. Damn. We got and the. Yeah, look at that. I like how they're fucking highlighted at random.
Maybe
yeah.
those are like the words that are not like connecting words, maybe.
Why wouldn't he do that for the fucking Quran?
I have no idea.
Do you think he just couldn't read it?
Probably.
He didn't know. He had no clue.
This is so impressive, though.
Oh
like,
my.
this is genuinely so impressive.
Yeah, this is like the dude's life work. Grok, generate me a crazy fucking website. Wow. Yeah.
The currencies. Wow.
Yeah, this dude has a YouTube channel. Let's hear about the real cause of the afflictions. I'm dying to know. I have an affliction. You know,
Yeah.
it hurts when I pee. Let's
And
see
it's
what
just
the
a flat
cure
paper
is.
strip.
Jesus fuck. Okay, I thought he was showing porn. Oh my god. It would have been so sad. I just saw this image moving, and it's like it has like the same like motion animation style as like some like janky porn ad on some janky porn website.
How do you know that?
Okay, what do we got? Constant reasons for afflictions and diseases. What the fuck? What is this for? Okay, is it just like war? I don't actually want to read it. Holy shit. Okay, I know what to do. Let me
summarize this.
Yeah. What's one that's not gonna have my name?
Yeah.
What? Oh my fucking god.
I love how like we have constant viewership.
Yeah.
Everyone is vested.
Grok, summarize this. Fucking Christ. Okay, wait, let's delete the okay, I gotta do a quick bit of formatting. Yeah, I think that's fine. The fuck? Grok. Okay. Let's see it. Okay. What do we got? Oh no. I hope not. Neglect of duties. Muslims and people generally fail in 3 main tasks: spreading the divine message, opposing injustice, and establishing justice. That leads to suffering. Affluent, arrogant people often deny warnings and believe their wealth and children protect them. No disaster strikes except that it is in a register before we bring it into being, and corruption has appeared. Okay, so what is this saying? Is this saying, oh, sure, it's saying you get what you earn. The world is a trial. Problems have both natural causes and deeper justice-related reasons. Righteous people may be tested. Okay. Okay, stop drinking, maintain hygiene, repent, pray. Okay. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm about to expose the real cause of the coronavirus. It's the coronavirus. Make sure you're washing your hands and socially distancing. Practice good respiratory hygiene. Avoid touching your face.
That's surprising.
Yeah. God, I'm like floored. Long-term reform. Wow. That's
probably he's worried for the one cold number he has.
True. Can't go back down to 0. It was so lonely. Okay, I think there's like one last thing to do, which is we got to go on YouTube and check out this dude's account. The last. How many subscribers would you guess that this guy has?
53.
It's I think it's like 2,000. Okay, when was his recent post? He hasn't posted in a year. How do I email him?
He hasn't his email in the FQA.
Oh,
FAQ.
true.
Info at the last dialogue something.
Yeah. Let me contact. What the fuck, dude? It's a black box with I accept in the middle. Contact info. What the fuck?
Can you invite him for an interview?
Yeah. Oh wait. Okay. First. Doxed. Okay. Well, it was gonna happen one of these days. Well, brave soldier signing out. All right. I released a new YouTube video, so if you want to go watch that, it'd be greatly appreciated. All right. It should be live now under anti-Christian short circuits and debate about God. Go check it out. It's gonna be fun. I wonder also what's the for restream. Oh sure, yeah, okay, wait.
Yeah, this was too funny.
Yeah, it
Thank you
was.
for having me.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun.
Have a beautiful night.
Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on up. The Rabid Squirrel Sage, thanks so much for the super chat. I rarely accuse people of being too stoned, but oh my god. True. Is that AI? Dave Grohl, Foo Fighters? I have no idea. I'm sorry, you're gonna hate me. I don't know what the fuck the Foo Fighters is. Is it like a band? Oh no, Molly's like, yes, frowny face. What if it was the what if was the guest, was the owner? I'm sorry, some shorts. Eat some shorts. You know I wouldn't lie to you. That shit was not rhetorical. I think it's a funny concept, though. Yeah, that would be hilarious if the last guest was the owner. BTA debates. Thanks so much for the super chat. Ian the Gooner. True. This website is fire. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Fuck ice. Rock hard for Doug. Okay, well, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. Well. Oh, yeah, we're doing the book club. We got the book club. It's tomorrow night. Oh, sorry. This is going to be a good place to make this announcement. I'm spending tomorrow with my girlfriend because on Sunday, I'm going to be doing Unapologetic and The Line back to back. To avoid being like evil and cruel towards my girlfriend, I am going to dedicate all of tomorrow to just spending time with her. But other than that, love all of you. This was a blast. It was a lot of fun. I'm hosting book club tomorrow. That's true. It's the section about the obligation of charity. All of you better be there. If you're not, I'm going to wail on you. They'll accuse me of running.